Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Sorry about that. Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Henson, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway today with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 5 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If the case has not been heard, you'll remain mute and your cameras will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the parties choose to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case in our calendar today is a protest hearing status, case number 23 PRO 0005 202 Lounge 1, license number 125294. This case has been canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement to the board for its review and consideration. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00061 Rush, license number 125250. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case?
Zoe Cordelia Liu, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Yes, present.
Good morning, ma'am. Let me apologize to you for the confusion that I brought this morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your affiliation?
Yes, Zoe Liu, ZOE, and then last name is Liu, LU, and then I'm leading the Group of 9 protest, the representative of the Group of 9.
All right, the licensee for this case, I don't see. Is there anyone online who is representing this establishment?
I'll send a message. Not getting a response, Chairman.
All right. All right, this matter, it's all right. This is an application for a new license for this establishment Rush. It has been, this matter was scheduled for a protest hearing at 10:30 this morning. It is 10:41. I called the case and they only represented the licensee or the applicant is not here today. The protestant is represented. It has been once a licensee applies for a license, they're told at the roll call hearing that they have to appear at a roll call hearing, that they also have to appear at the protest status hearing, and they also have to appear at the protest hearing. This, as I stated before, this matter was scheduled for 10:30. It's 10:42. The applicant is not here, so I'm going to make a motion that their application be dismissed. What this means, Ms. Lou, is that the board, I'm making a motion, and if the board agrees to dismiss the application, once the order is issued, the licensee will have 10 days to give the board reasonable notice why they failed to appear this morning. If they fail to respond within 10 days, or if we do not believe that it's a reasonable cause why they failed to appear, then their license application will be dismissed. And if they're still interested in opening this establishment, then they have to reapply and it has to be placarded again. If that happens, and if your group still decides that you want to protest this new license, you can send a letter to legal, ask that your protest be grandfathered into the new application. Okay? So since the licensee is not, since the applicant is not here, I therefore make a motion that their application be dismissed. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. I agree. The matter passed 5-0. As I stated, the board has voted to dismiss the application. Once an order will be written, the applicant will have 10 days to respond to give us reasonable notice why they failed to appear today. And if they fail to respond, or if the board determined that reasonable notice was not reasonable and sufficient cause has not been shown, the application will be dismissed, and then they will have to start over by reapplying. And as I stated before, ma'am, if they reapply and if the ANC still wishes to protest, all you have to do is to send a letter to our legal office to state that you're asking that your original protest application be grandfathered into the new application. Any questions, ma'am?
No, understood. Thank you for clarifying the process. So I guess not to confuse things, but I had responded to the request for mediation, but it sounds like it's moot now because you've already dismissed the application.
It is. I don't know what the applicant is going to do.
That's fair.
The next step is for the applicant. You can continue to talk to them, and the next move is in the applicant. They need to let us know why they failed to appear this morning. Okay.
Okay, understood. Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and have a great morning.
Thanks. Bye-bye. The next case on our calendar is case number 23PRO 00071, WNS Liquor and Deli license number 122985. This case has been canceled pursuant to the parties provided the board with a settlement agreement for its approval, for its review and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 23CIT 00069, Virginia Market, license number 119980. This case has been canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on September 27th, 2023. See board order number 2023-290. The next case in our calendar is a fact-finding hearing. Case number 23-251-00023, Brooklyn, license number 111411. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the other parties in this case, please?
Good morning. Captain Riley Hung, your access has been elevated. Investigator Jovan Miller, your access has been, apologies. Supervisor Investigator Tavro Prout, your access has been elevated. And I'm not seeing anyone else, Chairman.
I thought that Mr. Klein, I'm sorry.
Okay, I can elevate them.
Yeah, I thought you told me that Mr. Klein. Well, I'll find out whether or not
They're not on my list, but I'll elevate them.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Klein. Just to clarify before I call, are you representing Brooklyn?
We are, and Alex Hodge is here as well with the establishment, and Cameron Mixon from my office is
All right.
on as well.
Okay, fine. All right, hold on a minute, please.
Hello, yes, I'm present as well.
All right, hold on a minute. I just want to make sure that Mr. Hodge, are
Yes,
you
sir.
driving, sir?
I'm pulled over. I'm not driving.
All right. All right. So this is a fact-finding hearing on case number 23-251-00023, Brooklyn. And let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let me start with Captain Hong. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Riley Hong, Rileyhong.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Prout.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, ABCA Investigator Tavro Prout, TAVRILPROUT.
And Mr. Klein.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Anderson, members of the board. Andrew Klein, ANDREWKLINE, on behalf of the licensee.
Mr. Mixon.
Good morning, Cameron Mixon, CAMERON, Mixon, MIXON, also on behalf of the licensee.
Mr. Hodge, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. It's Alex Hodge, ALEX, HAJE, representing for the business.
This is a fact-finding hearing. Hold on. A request was made to our agency, to the board, to have a fact-finding hearing on an incident that occurred at this establishment on August 7th, 2023, where a simple assault occurred, and a request was made to the ABC board by the interim chief of police to have a fact-finding hearing. Just to let the parties know, a fact-finding hearing is that the board is just gathering information. The board has not made any determination whether or not any type of infraction. All right. Mr. Hodge, whether or not I see your camera moving, so maybe the camera is moving.
I've stabilized it. I apologize for any inconvenience.
And the reason I'm saying that, because if you were driving, it's That's a
No,
no-no.
I'm not.
So,
I'm not.
all right.
I'm not at all. I'm pulled over, sir.
Okay, thank you. And, all right, so the board has not made any determination about whether or not we believe an ABCA violation has occurred. So as stated before, we're gathering facts. At the end of this hearing, these are the decisions that the board can make. The board can determine that there are no further, we will take no further action in this case. Or if the board believes that a potential violation occurred, then the board will refer this case over to the Office of the Attorney General for them to make a determination. Again, this is a fact-finding hearing. It's informal. No witnesses are being sworn. During our fact-finding hearing, the board cannot order the party to take any specific action. The party, however, can volunteer to take certain actions if they believe that they want to take those actions. The agreement or refusal of the party to take any specific action will not reflect, at least in my view, will not reflect negatively on the establishment because, as I stated before, it's a fact-finding hearing. We're gathering facts. And so we're just trying to figure out what the next step is. So since this is a request that was made by the chief of police, let me have Captain Hong Captain or Sergeant? Captain?
Yes, Captain.
Captain. I'll have Captain Hong can tell us what occurred and why is it that the chief of police believes that we should have a fact-finding hearing to further discuss this matter.
Sure. Thank you for this time. This all initiated because MPD responded for sounds of gunshots. Our shot spotter technology detected 4 rounds, and when we responded to the area of 1900 block of 13th Street, we located one adult victim with a gunshot wound to the foot, several parked vehicles that were shot, and further investigation showed that the apparent targets of the gunshots had been involved in a physical altercation moments before inside of the second floor of Brooklyn on U. That initiated that correlation with a ABCA establishment, initiated the request for the investigator from ABCA and initiated the fact-finding hearing. The initial information on the letter said that there is no evidence that establishment security guards ever notified MPD of the altercation, which is the initial simple assault that occurred on the second floor. And the purpose at the end of it all is just to ensure that the ownership is employing all available measures to protect the safety of the patrons. And to my knowledge, it appears there is no security plan. It may not be required of the establishment. So it's just a fact-finding hearing because of what occurred. And maybe going forward, we can find some solutions that'll improve the safety for everyone.
Captain Hong, was the establishment cooperative with MPD throughout their investigation?
From what I gather, yes, they were able to provide video footage on scene to the investigators, which greatly assisted with finding out what exactly happened minutes before.
Now, has the weapon been recovered?
No, I believe there was one stop and one parked vehicle where K9 was requested. The K9 did detect on the vehicle, but when a search was conducted, no weapon was located.
And also, based on the review of the camp, you said that they provided video. Was MPD able to make any determination whether or not the weapon was inside the establishment at any point?
From my knowledge, we do not have information that the weapon was inside. It appears that we were able to use the video to determine that the targeted victims of the incident were outside and inside previously. So it's it's very likely that the other party that was inside of the original physical assault are involved. However, as far as whether the weapon was inside or it was obtained outside after the fact, that we don't have information.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions by any board members of the captain? Yes, Mr. Short.
Good morning, Captain Long, and thank you for your
Good morning.
service, sir. And you stated earlier in your testimony that there was no security plan. Is that correct?
Yes, from reviewing the report that ABCA was able to share with me, I did observe that there's uh, an agreement, but no security plan. I-
Okay.
I've had, yes.
Are you aware that this is a license for a CR, which is a restaurant?
I believe so, and I know that in the past, restaurants do not require a security plan, if I'm correct.
So what time of morning did this shooting occur or the assault occur?
The assault appears to have occurred a little after midnight, around 12:15, and the shooting occurred about 3 minutes after that.
What time did you get on the scene, or did you go to the scene?
Oh, I wasn't working that night.
Do you know what time the officers went to the scene?
That I would have to reference, but since everything happened within the same amount of time and we had a shots fired detection, shots fired detections would be pretty instant. I would say within 1 minute.
Okay, and so since it's a restaurant, apparently they weren't serving food, when this melee broke out on the second floor and then someone was shot outside. But, besides the security plan, are there any other recommendations you would make? Apparently, you know this area quite well and you're familiar with U Street. Since you've testified before us before. Are there any recommendations that MPD would recommend at this fact finding that would make this restaurant a little safer for the community?
Yes, I believe a security plan is a good beginning. We've had other restaurants which have also had similar gun violence where it was found that the shooter at some point was inside the restaurant. And they had a restaurant license. The owner of that restaurant, I believe, had already had a security plan just because they have that experience running other ABCA establishments with other types of licenses. I think a security plan just outlines to the staff when certain things occur, what should be the policy, what should be the actions, and if it's written out, then it's more clear for the staff and new employees. It becomes a lot more certain what should be done, what's required, what's the safe thing to do.
Okay, and thank you. You did testify earlier that you got footage from cameras from inside of the restaurant.
Yes.
Was the quality pretty good, or was it helpful to the investigation?
I myself have not seen the footage. I believe investigator Tavro may have more firsthand observations of that.
Okay, again, thank you for your service and thank you for taking time to be here this morning to testify. It means a lot when we see a captain here before the board testifying. Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
thank you. Captain, again, as we all say, we thank you for taking the time of your schedule to be here to give us direct testimony. I'm looking at the letter from the acting chief. I think you referred to that letter at some point in your testimony.
Yes.
I think I heard you state that the shooter was someone who had been inside, but I don't see that in the letter. Am I missing something in that letter?
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that just one more time?
I think if I heard you correctly, you stated that the shooter was someone who had previously been in the establishment or maybe involved with the altercation inside. I don't see that in the letter from the MPD. Am I missing that?
Oh, no. So I had stated that we saw from the video footage, we were able to confirm that the apparent intended targets of the shooting had been involved in the fight inside on the second floor. So the probability that the shooters may be part of that group that fought the intended targets is likely. However, we don't have evidence to confirm that.
I don't know if we can work with probability, sir. I mean, this is a very serious incident. I'm not trying to diminish that. I think that we all are horrified with the gun violence that's occurring in the city and in our nightlife. But once again, I'm looking at the facts, and the facts don't state that the shooter was someone who had been inside.
Mr. Grandis, I wanted folks to ask the captain because I'm not sure if he has some time constraints. But I think that maybe if the investigator testify, then maybe the investigator can give us a better picture.
Thank you.
Of
I'll
what
move on. I'll move on from that. Thank you. And I
Yeah.
appreciate that. And Captain, I'm not going after your veracity. I believe everything you say. If the shooting had not occurred, would MPD have been involved with this matter? Because there was an altercation inside, but I'm just trying to distinguish the altercation inside, which is very likely a concern of violations of policies of ABCA. But if the shooting had not occurred, do you have any information on if the MPD would have been involved? Because if I understand again, there's information that MPD was not notified by the establishment of the altercation.
Yes, so if the shooting had not occurred and it was just a matter of a physical fight inside, it depends on what exactly happened, and at that point, it would be on the staff and the establishment, their security plan, whether it's something that they notify the police. If they determine that a crime has occurred, then they do have a obligation to call 911 and make notification. If it's a physical scuffle, but it hasn't gotten to the point of an assault, they're just kind of getting into each other's faces, and security is able to separate them. I know in other security plans of other establishments, such as the restaurant that doesn't require one, their security plan says in a disorderly confrontation between parties, security will separate and have them escorted out in different exits, just like what appears to have happened here. But if it's laid out in a security plan, then it makes it more clear for everyone.
So from what we have been provided as information regarding that evening, the MPD got involved because they were able to discern that shots had been fired. They responded to the shots being fired.
Yes, we investigated the shots, and then our investigation led us to find out that it was related to physical altercation that happened inside earlier.
Thank you. And Captain, I once again want to thank you for the valuable time you've given us. Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for that opportunity.
All right, thank you. Captain, can you hold on a minute, or do you have some time constraints?
I could probably stick around for 5 minutes if that's enough.
All right, Mr. Klein, I wanted to have the investigator, but since the captain has some time constraints,
Yes.
do you have any questions? You have any questions, Mr. Klein?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Captain Hong, thank you for being here, and thank you for your service to the district. You've read the investigative report, is that correct? The ABCA investigative report?
Yes, just before the hearing happened.
Okay, so you're aware that when the altercation took place upstairs, that the establishment separated the parties that were involved, let them out at different times and through different exits?
Yes.
And that's kind of textbook in terms of dealing with a situation like this, isn't it?
Yes, it depends if the staff felt that no crime occurred and it was a physical disorderly situation where they can separate the parties, that would be fine.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute because that's a little bit troubling. Is it an assault any unpermitted touching of another person? Isn't that the definition of an assault?
If one party says that this person touched me or swung at me, spit in my direction, and it was not permitted, they didn't want it, yes. If we have two individuals on private property that are mutually fighting each other, they could both be charged, or it could be treated as a disorderly affray inside private property, and at that point the security could make some determination. But if they determine that a crime occurred, then they should call 911.
So, in almost any situation where there's an altercation between two people, as happens on any Friday or Saturday night in establishments across the city, it's likely that a crime occurred, correct?
It could be determined that a crime occurred, but if it's mutual fighting in private property, and there's no injuries, they're not trying to press charges against each other, then it could be considered disorderly. The staff could have them separated and exit in different exits.
So I just want to be clear. You don't expect MPD to be called every time there's an unpermitted touching of another person in an ABC licensed establishment, correct?
Yes, not in every situation.
Okay, all right. And in terms of the way this was handled, this was handled properly, correct? From what you know.
Yeah,
Is there any?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I think the way that it was handled, it sounds proper. If a security plan could outline that's the procedure that the staff is to do, it would make it clear the guidance. Because on scene, it seems that they couldn't determine if the lack of notification, if the actions by the staff and security was appropriate.
Okay, so I want to.
Mr. Klein, I'm sorry to interrupt. What I'm going to ask you to do, we're having a feedback. So if you're not speaking, please mute your line. So when you ask the captain a question, after you're done, please mute your line and vice versa. I'm doing the same thing too because I'm hearing a feedback also. So I'm also muting my line. Okay, I apologize. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Captain, and let me be clear to the board that this establishment is going to do a security plan, so that's not an issue at this point. We've already talked about it, and we'll move forward with that. But I'm just sort of curious, what is it that would have been in a security plan in this situation that would have improved the licensee's response here? I mean, didn't they do everything that they were supposed to do? And whether it's written in a security plan or not, they acted appropriately?
So, a security plan, just like the agreement, if it's made available on scene of any investigation, it would help the on-scene investigation, the detectives, what is the expectation of the staff that ABCA has already reviewed and approved. And so it would just make it a lot more clear that that is the procedure. There was nothing incorrect about what they did, and the rest of the investigation go forth. Without the security plan, without the on-scene staff, it appears that the director of the security did not know about the assault that occurred on the second floor. The only people that worked that was on the second floor that was aware, they had already left for the night. A lot of those kind of situations could be clarified, even if those staff wasn't present at the time. Having the security plan and hearing that initial action that was taken, it would allow the on-scene investigators to know there doesn't seem to be anything questionable as far as the actions that the staff took.
All right, thank you. Just one more question. So, I mean, you talk about expectations. The expectation is that the establishment is going to properly respond to an incident that occurs within their establishment. Isn't that the expectation?
Yes, definitely. The minimal expectation is that there is no violations of any policy, and I don't see that there is any violations in this situation. The I guess what I'm trying to convey is if the purpose of the fact finding is to find out what happened and is there a way that we could go forward that may help prevent or create a safer environment, a better response and coordination with law enforcement. That's kind of what I'm looking forward, and I think a security plan, as you've said, you guys are planning on doing, it would help in that effort.
I don't want to belabor it, but I mean, you say a better response and coordination with law enforcement. How was it deficient in any way in this case?
Yeah. So in this situation, looking at the report that I have here, which was not available on scene that evening, um, I I would be honest and say I don't believe any violations, any uh, there was any shortcoming. Now, going forward, would I say that having a security plan that clearly outlines the expectations of security and staff that work at the establishment, would that be helpful and beneficial going forward? I would say yes, that would be move towards a safer environment.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's why I don't like to mute myself. I always forget to unmute myself. All right. All right. So before I excuse the captain, anyone has the last questions for the captain before I release him? Be short,
Quick
Mr.
one.
Yes,
Oh.
Mr. Short, go ahead.
Captain Hung, and I won't belabor this long, but isn't there a new law in the District of Columbia about security personnel being trained and registered with the Metropolitan Police Department?
That I would have to look into and get back to you on.
Okay, not a problem. Secondly, if they had well-trained persons, such as those who go through the registration with the Metropolitan Police Department, do you think that makes restaurants a lot safer than persons who've never been trained or have security responsibilities but don't know how to carry out all of those responsibilities?
Oh, definitely. I guess it applies to everything, but the training for local regulations, the expectations, uh, it goes a long way with staff. And especially we have certain, situations where the security personnel at some establishments may go beyond their scope of security. And then we get involved because of allegations of assault by security staff. So training would alleviate a lot of those situations.
Thank you very much, Captain, and that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right.
If you don't mind, sir, could I
Sure.
jump in for just 1 second?
No, sir, your attorney has to tell me that you can jump in, sir, for your own protection.
Okay.
So if you and Mr. Klein can, you know, so if Mr. Klein.
It's okay. No need. No need. I'll defer. It's okay. No problem.
Sir, you have an attorney who's speaking for you, and so therefore, your attorney, as an attorney myself, I try to protect the client sometimes from themselves. So that's why so I'm not telling you can't speak.
I understand. I understand.
We
Listen, I was just
appreciate
gonna
it.
point to the fact of police presence on U Street, but it's okay. It's fine.
All right, thank you. Captain Hong, thank you very much for your presence today. If you have to leave, you can leave. If not, you can stay on to listen, sir. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Mr. Prout.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
All right,
Yeah.
so how did you become aware of this incident? And just tell us, how did you become aware, and what is it that you're able to find out?
Yes, sir. So on the night of Monday, August 7th, 2023, Supervisory Investigator Earl Jones received a call to the ABCA hotline requesting ABCA assistance on scene at Brooklyn on U. From there, myself and ABCA investigator Millington arrived on scene at approximately 1:08, and we met with Sergeant Vernick. Sergeant Vernick advised that a shooting had transpired at approximately 12:18 a.m. at 13th, at the intersection of 13th and U Street, and that the shooting was a spillout from a fight that had transpired on the second floor of Brooklyn on U minutes prior to the shooting. Upon arrival to the establishment, I made contact with security personnel, Mr. Cedric Basima, in which he escorted me to meet with ABC manager, Miss Katima. From there, I met with on-scene MPD detectives. We were allowed to review security footage of the fight that occurred on the second floor of the establishment at approximately 12:10 a.m. From what I saw on the camera footage, there were two groups of people. According to the fact-finding request from Metropolitan Police Department, it states that one male patron bumped into the other male patron, and which caused the scuffle on the second floor of the establishment. However, from reviewing the camera footage, it seems as though one male from one group was talking to a female in the second group. From there, a physical assault happened where the one male patron punched the other male patron in the face. At approximately 12:11 a.m., security personnel broke up the two groups and escorted the first group out of the front entrance of the establishment, and then at a
Mr. Prout. Mr. Prout. Mr. Prout. I can't hear you, Mr. Prout. Mr. Prout, hold on.
Yes, sir.
We lost camera and we lost you.
Okay.
So you were saying, so I need you to back up maybe 2 minutes.
Okay. So going back to the camera footage.
Yes.
So at approximately 12:10 a.m., a physical altercation occurred between two groups. The MPD fact-finding request alleged that one male patron bumped into another male patron, and which caused the simple assault to occur on the second floor of the establishment. However, from reviewing the security footage, it seems as though one male patron was talking to the female from the second group, and which caused the physical assault to transpire between two male patrons from two opposing groups. At approximately 12:11 a.m., security personnel broke up the fight. The first group was escorted down the front staircase out of the front of the establishment at 12:11 a.m. At approximately 12:12 or 12:13 a.m., the second group was escorted out of the rear of the establishment into the alleyway of Brooklyn on U. From there, at approximately 12:17 a.m., the photographer who was seen taking pictures at approximately 12:10 is seen exiting from out of the establishment. From there, he was heading in the direction of 13 at the intersection of 13th and U Street at approximately 12:18. There are two security personnel that are seen ducking down due to what it seems to be sounds of gunfire, in which a shooting occurred in the direction of 13th and U Street. And then from there, according to the police report, a male victim was found shot at 12:21 a.m. by Metropolitan Police Department.
So, Mr. Proud, was the photographer, was he involved in the altercation? I mean, was there any camera incident to say the photographer himself was involved in the altercation?
So from all of the review of the camera footage, the photographer had no interaction with either parties. There were pictures taken by the photographer of different patrons, but in no way was the photographer in the scuffle or in the fight on the second floor based on all of the camera footage that was reviewed by myself.
In your investigation, was the licensee compliant with your request for documents and video?
Yes, I was able to access the camera footage on the night of the shooting, and I was able. There was an ABC manager on duty. They did fulfill the obligations that are outlined in the settlement agreement, and the security staff. There were approximately 3 staff members that weren't on scene by the time I had arrived. However, based on the review of the camera footage, the security staff did a awesome job in being able to respond within 60 seconds of the fight occurring on the second floor of the establishment, as well as they did a good job in separating both of the groups and escorting each group at different times out of 2 separate stairwells.
As a result of your investigation, did you notice any ABCA violations?
No, there were no ABCA violations that were observed by myself, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. Let's see. I want to make sure that. Now, are you able to ascertain from any camera angles that you receive, how is it that how the photographer got shot? Was it just that he was just an innocent bystander, or based on whatever security camera that you observed, was there more to it than that?
So the 2 cameras that are on the exterior of the establishment only span to the immediate front sidewalk of the establishment. So the shooting happened outside of the span of the exterior camera of the establishment. However, I do believe that he may have been a innocent bystander. I can see on the footage that both groups walked in the same direction of 13th and U Street. in within a 5-minute time span. So I do believe that he may have not been the target of the shooting. However, nonetheless, he was a victim of gun violence on the night of the shooting, as well as the fight that occurred approximately 8 minutes to the shooting occurring at 12:18 a.m.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, any questions by any board members? Mr. Klein, do you wish to ask any questions of the investigator?
Just a couple. Good morning, investigator. Is there any actual evidence that ties the incident on the second floor to this shooting? Because I don't see any in the report. I haven't heard any testimony. I mean, it seems circumstantially it's possible, but is there any actual evidence that we know that this shooting is related to the incident that occurred on the second floor?
What I do know is that a physical assault occurred on the second floor of the establishment.
Hold on, Mr. Prop. Mr. Klein. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Prop, since Mr. Klein has muted his line. Go ahead.
So what I do know is that a physical assault occurred on the second floor of the establishment. There were two groups. They were escorted at different times out of the establishment. There's one group that was escorted out of the front of the establishment. They were seen walking in the direction of 12th and U Street, and then they turned around and walked into the direction of 13th and U Street. Approximately around 12:13, 12:14, the second group exits out of the rear of the establishment. They exit out of the rear through the alleyway. They come back around and walk in front of the establishment, and they walk in the direction of 13th and U. At approximately 12:17 a.m., the photographer leaves out of the establishment and exits in the direction of 13th and U. So I can say that circumstantially that the shooting, there is a high propensity that the shooting may be tied to the physical assault that occurred on the second floor of the establishment. I say that because one of the male patrons that was a part of the second group that exited out of the rear of the establishment comes back on after the shooting, and he looks to have dropped something in front of the establishment after, but based on the quality of the camera footage, I'm not able to ascertain exactly what he actually dropped. But I can say that circumstantially, I do believe that there is a nexus between the physical assault that occurred on the second floor and the shooting that occurred at approximately 12:18 at the intersection of 13th and U. However, I'm not able to definitely state that the suspect was one of the patrons that was ejected from the establishment, but I do know that the photographer was a bystander and a victim of the shooting that occurred 60 seconds after he exited the establishment at 12:17 a.m.
Where was the photographer? Was a good half a block away or more from the establishment when he was struck, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, I want to clarify that as to just to make sure that we're clear that the establishment's camera coverage from the front of the establishment is not the reason that it was not captured. It was a bit down the block, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. Now, you said that and I'm paraphrasing, that security staff in the establishment responded appropriately with respect to the incident on the second floor, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. And there's nothing that might be contained in a security plan that would improve their response, is there?
No, however, I do believe due to the restaurant operating as a nightclub at certain times of the day and on certain days of the week, I do feel as though a security plan that can outline the number of actual staff, the number of security staff that the establishment will have on duty at any given time, as well as complete instructions on how the establishment will handle different crimes and or incidents that may happen within the establishment, as well as within a 1,200-foot radius of the uh, establishment, as well as the number of cameras that are in the establishment that are supposed to record for 30 days and different metrics of that nature. So I do believe that a security plan would be of assistance for all parties moving forward. Mr. Klein.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, investigator.
Chairman, I have some questions to follow up on the attorney's questions.
Mr. Short, and then you, Mr. Clark, and then you, Mr. Grant, if Mr. Short has. Great. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Investigator Pryor, it looks like you did a very good job on this report, and thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
We kind of lost you again. Mr. Prout?
Mr. Pratt, are you there?
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Well,
Okay.
we can't see you. That's why you lost camera.
Okay.
I would like to ask Mr. Chair if it's okay that Mr. Prout share if he has that video of the fight on the second floor of the restaurant.
Yes, I can share that.
All right, Mr. Oriana, please give Mr. Pratt an opportunity to share his video.
Access has been granted.
While I pull this footage. Okay, can everybody see?
We see that you're sharing your screen, but there's no content playing, sir.
So this is the area right here. Where the
No,
fight
the video is not playing. You're sharing
not
your
playing?
screen. No, but there's no video. It just says that you've started to share. Okay, now it is. Go ahead.
Okay, let me go back. Can you see it playing now?
Yes.
See it now.
Why don't you explain to us what we're seeing, sir?
Okay, so on the second floor, you see a fight transpire in this area of where the cursor is at this time. See right here? Let's go back. So the male victim, so based off of that interaction, you see he pushes him and then the fight happens. Security staff is with the beard is pushing and is separating both parties at this time.
Who is security, Mr. Prout? Who is security?
This guy right here with the beard.
How do you know he's security?
So let's go back. So going to additional footage, it'll show him escorting them out of the establishment.
No, the reason why I'm asking is does he have any marked clothes in that said he's security? That's what I was asking you. How did you
No.
know that he was security?
No.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. All right.
Mr. Pro, can you hold it? Can you hold everything right there for a moment?
Okay.
Now, this is a CR, a restaurant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any indication they were serving any food here at this restaurant when the fight broke out?
On the night of, by the time that myself and Investigator Millington arrived on scene, there was the establishment was cleaning up and there wasn't any indication of food being served. However, I know that the kitchen can close up to 2 hours prior to the establishment closing.
Okay, now the last question I'm going to have about the restaurant is, aren't they restaurants required to have food, a certain amount of food they have to serve or sales they have to make to be a
So
restaurant?
within a quarter, which is 3 months, the establishment is supposed to sell, I believe it's 40% food and 60% alcohol in order for them to be in compliance with ABCA's regulations.
Okay, well, I guess I'm asking this question because it seems more and more every time one of these restaurants come before us with scenes like this with people fighting and no security marked, no tables, no chairs. And I understand, but when does Arbor check and find out whether or not the food sales are appropriate or are in accordance with their license?
So normally what happens, Mr. Short, is that a ABCA compliance analyst goes out and performs audits. From the audits, the ABCA violations and or the establishment being in compliance is made based off of the audit being done at this time.
Would it be possible that you could go back and just for the record, find out if they have those records on hand? I would be interested to know, and I think what we need to start doing with more restaurants is making sure that they're meeting their food requirements, and really at least sometime be at least fulfilling their obligation as a restaurant on their license.
Yes.
And
So
go ahead, sir.
So they are responsible with filing their food and alcohol sales on a quarterly basis. I'm not sure if the establishment is delinquent at this time. However, there are a number of establishments in which on the enforcement side of the house that has had to issue warning and or monetary fines for restaurants across the district not being in compliance with filing their food and alcohol sales in a timely manner. So yes.
My last question for you, if the security persons were marked or had some markings, at least on their back or the front of their shirt, where they could be identified as security, do you think that would help some of these situations also?
Most definitely. That will help to increase the visibility in low light settings like this where we're not able to know the staff versus patrons. So yes.
And so the gentleman with the beard that you identified as security, were you able to talk with him, or was he there when you got there?
So he was not. However, I did get statements from 3 of the security staff that assisted in breaking up the fights, but they were not on scene once I arrived on scene at approximately 1:08 a.m. on the night of the shooting, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. That's a very good report there, Mr. Investigator Pro. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
I think, all right. Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Sir, putting again the shooting which occurred outside aside, it seems that your testimony and also the written reports that have been provided to the board that the security followed protocol in immediately trying to disarm the altercation inside and did remove each of the various parties out separate exits. That being said, would an establishment, if it did not have a security plan, be required to call either our investigators or MPD in that kind of circumstance?
So, in the spirit of just the fight happening on the second floor, I don't believe, in my personal and my professional opinion, that Metropolitan Police Department and or ABCA would need to be notified. However, I do believe that in a security plan, it should outline that the establishment should have a incident book on the premises, and in instances as which the fight happened, the incident report should notate the number of staff that were on duty that night, the staff members' names and their titles that responded to the incident, the appropriate time in which the incident transpired, and the appropriate time in which the incident was addressed. So I do believe that should be outlined in a security plan, Mr. Grandis.
Right. If there is no security plan, this incident book, is it the policy of ABCA to require all licensees to have an incident book, or are you saying that is something that the board can approve in a security plan?
Yes, I'm saying that that is something that should be approved in a security plan.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I have for this investigator. And thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Klein, any questions of the investigator, sir?
No, I don't have any at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Prout. You can hold on. Mr. Klein, does your client respond? And I think that the feedback it's your line, Mr. Klein. I only hear the feedback when you are unmuted. All right. All right. Are you ready, sir?
Is that better?
Yeah, that's much better. All right, fine, thanks.
Okay.
So, all right,
I'll
Mr.
do that.
Klein, how, as you know, does your client have a response to?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a fair amount to say on this. First of all, this is, I don't know how many weeks in a row that I'm before you on an issue with handguns in the District of Columbia. I liked it a lot better when we were talking about more traditional issues related to peace, order, and quiet, and the like. And it is very disturbing as to what's going on. And it's not this establishment. It seems that what we've learned about what this establishment did was appropriate and proper. And that doesn't happen unless people are trained and instructed, and they did what they were supposed to do with respect to the altercation. And I know coming down the pike, I'm going to see you again on yet more incidents involving handgun violence in the District of Columbia. And I just have to say it's very disturbing. And in most cases, it has little to do, I'm not going to say in all, but in most cases, it has little to do with what the licensee does or doesn't do. It is a time that we're in that seems to have been created by in another situation we talk about the perfect storm. I mean, we have the perfect hurricane class 5 in terms of gun violence in the District of Columbia right now, and it just I just have to express how much it disturbs me, having worked and been in this city for so long and seen what's happened. It's very disturbing. But with respect to this licensee, first of all, it seems maybe, and I think that was the word that was used, maybe this incident with respect to the shooting had something to do with the incident on the second floor. We haven't even heard at this point that either the intended targets or the perpetrators were involved in that. I mean, it's a lot of speculation. Well, they walked this way and they walked that way, and there was an incident right before that, and and then the photographer, who was by all accounts not the intended target, happened to walk out at that point, and ends up with the bullet in him a half a block away. So we're not even sure. But in any event, the applicant, the licensee, shares my concern and what I've expressed to you in terms of what's going on, and is concerned about the lack of police presence on U Street, and has pleaded with the lieutenant that there be more police presence on U Street. And look, we all know the resources aren't there. We're down more than 1,000 officers, and we can't even fulfill the reimbursable detail requests that come in. So, I mean, it's an issue. But it appears that they did everything that they were supposed to do. They are going to institute a security plan. They've already ordered shirts to identify security. So that should address an issue of concern that we had raised. With respect to food service, the law requires that they have their kitchen open at least 2 hours before closing. They closed their kitchen at 11. They closed at midnight. Not an issue. They do brunch. They file their quarterly reports. I mean, a restaurant is defined in the ABCA statute, and if they meet the requirements of the restaurant, then they're entitled to the privileges of the license. So, Mr. Short, I've heard you mention week after week this training or this certification by MPD. I have to be honest with you. I don't know anything about it. I have no idea what you're talking about. And we've looked for it, and I don't know what it is. So before we come back before you, I would ask that legal staff or somebody give us some clue as to what that's about, because I don't know anything about it. But in any event, what was done here was proper. It was appropriate. They'll do the security plan. I have to caution one thing that concerns me a great deal, and that is this. The statute requires that nightclubs provide security plans. The Council of the District of Columbia, in passing the statute, did not and has not required either taverns or restaurants to file security plans. I worry that we're slipping into a space here where, oh, there's a fact finding, okay, you have to do a security plan. And here it's not a problem because this licensee is perfectly willing to do it. But what's going to happen when someone gets shot coming out of the Palm, a fine dining restaurant, which is in my building? And we're going to be before you on a fact finding, and they're going to be asked for a security plan. And those decisions should not be made arbitrarily. They should be made after a reasoned discussion and opportunity by the public and by those concerned, MPD and others that are involved, either in a hearing before the council or in rulemaking before this board. But I don't like where we're going in terms of, oh, there's an incident, we're having a fact finding, you have to do a security plan, because that's not the law. And it's not something that that should happen. As I said, in this case, not an issue, because this licensee is perfectly amenable and agreeable to preparing the security plan. The other thing that I'd caution you against, and I don't think this has been talked about much, I hear about the board approving a security plan in terms of the contents of it. I've been involved in these issues for many years, and when there was a very detailed discussion about security and approval and what have you, the agency, along with, I think in those days, it might have been the Office of Corporation Counsel. It may not have yet been the AG's office, but that's a detail that's not that important. Expressed concern that the ABC board neither the ABC board nor in those days ABRA not approve the contents of security plans. And the reason for that is you may be creating liability for the District of Columbia because maybe you made the wrong decision about what should or should not be in a security plan. And in those days, that concern was expressed. And I had believed that the policy was that the plan is looked at for legal sufficiency. In other words, that you check all the boxes in terms of what is required to be in the plan in accordance with the statute and the regulations, not, well, gee, do we think this is good enough? Maybe you should do this. Maybe you should have security shirts. Maybe you should do wanding. Maybe you should do pat downs. So I raised that for the board's consideration because it was an issue that was discussed in great detail many years ago. Mr. Musali knows because he was at that point, he was not director, he was general counsel. And I know that he was involved in these discussions. And I just put that out there because I don't think the board's been reminded of that. And maybe the board will look at it and say, yeah, we don't think that's a concern, which is fine. But I think out here representing these establishments, we just want clear guidance as to what is expected of the board in terms of, we know it has to be a plan that is consistent with the requirements of the statute and the regulations, but is the board going to be passing judgment on the substance of the plan and making determinations as to whether what is in the plan is adequate or not? Or is even ABCA going to do that? Because in some cases, investigators look at them. But I just caution that we not proceed down that road if we are not already halfway down it without a consideration of those issues, because I think they're important. I don't think the board nor the district nor ABCA wants to unintentionally expose the district to liability. So I think that should be considered. Happy to answer any questions or concerns that the board has with respect to this licensee, who I think, with respect to the only issue that they were really involved with, which is the altercation on the second floor, that they reacted appropriately, responsibly, and I don't think you didn't hear anything different from the investigator nor Captain Hong. They did what they were supposed to do, notwithstanding my reservations about security plans. The applicant is prepared to do it, and that plan will include a requirement that security staff be identified. As I said, the shirts have already been ordered. So that was thought about before we walked in here today. Thank you. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions or concerns.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Short. I just want to set the record straight, just to respond to some of what you stated, Mr. Klein. The board reviews security plan for the legal sufficiency. The board doesn't review security plans and make judgments whether or not it's appropriate or not. It is, we review security plans for legal sufficiency, as you stated, whether or not the proper boxes are checked for what the law requires. no one board member speaks for the board, even as chair, unless we have had a vote. The position that are expressed by any board member is their individual position until the board has had a formal vote on the record, and then we will announce what the decision of the board is. So questions are being asked, opinions are being expressed, but unless the board has a public vote, these are just opinions that are being expressed by individual board members. Going back to whether or not security plans are whether or not this board is going to require security plans. As you're aware, this is a fact finding here, so questions that might be asked. A board member might ask the licensee if they will agree to a security plan, but that's a request that's been made by a board member. That's not a request that's been made by the board itself. And so the licensee could respond that if the board as a whole is asking for us to do a security plan, then we'll do that. But the video that I just saw, going back to the question of whether or not security plans might be requested for restaurants. This incident occurred at 12:10 a.m. And based on the video that we saw, and I do not know what the occupancy for Brooklyn is. I don't have that on the top of my I'm not looking at that. But what I saw on that video, however, Mr. Klein, this was not a typical restaurant. It's not, as you said, that you have the Palm restaurant in your building. And if I saw that, and so based on the video I saw, there was a significant amount of people who were dancing on maybe a dance floor or some aspect of a floor in the establishment at 12:10 a.m. So if the board is going to ask for, or if even board members are going to ask for consideration of a security plan, it is based on what is it that we see that happens late at night. Okay, so but thank you for putting that your client's position on the record. Mr. Short, you have a question you want to ask, sir?
No, I just want to make a statement, and thank you, Mr. Klein, for asking about the information about the Metropolitan Police Department. I would direct you to our legal division here at ABCA, and especially to Director Musali, who has that on his desk. And if you ask him for a copy, I'm quite sure he would make it available to you. Metropolitan Police Department and the City Council has passed that regulation. So for your information, I know you're one of the top lawyers in this industry. If you ask for that information, you will get it because it is a requirement and it was passed by our City Council. Thank you for allowing me to direct you to the proper place to get that information. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
Thank you.
Mr. Klein, and maybe you can, is your client still there? I see that although he's not on camera, but I see his name. Okay, fine. I just want to make sure. All right. What changes, if any, has your client done as a result of this incident? Have they undertaken any changes?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've already said that they're developing a security plan. We will file it. That plan will include a requirement that security be identified with shirts that, as I said, have already been ordered. That was proactive before we came before you and heard that concern expressed by a couple board members after viewing the video. So that's been done. Other than that, I mean, that's it. I mean, I think I've been before you on fact findings many times, and I've said, well, we're here to do a couple things. One is to figure out what happened, and second is what we learn, and third is, what can we do better as a result of what we learned. In here, I think that it's pretty limited because the establishment responded appropriately in terms of what they were supposed to do. I mean, the staff appears to have been well trained. They reacted appropriately. They textbook in terms of separating the people, letting them out at different times, and letting them out from different locations from the establishment in an effort to keep them separated. Now, once they get out in the world, you know, somebody can wait for an hour for someone to come out of an establishment. They just don't have any control over that. So I think that what they learned was, yeah, they see what you saw in the video, that it's hard to identify who security are. So proactively, they're going to address that, and they are going to create the plan. We heard from the captain, we heard from the investigator, we heard from you, several board members, that that's something that's desired. So that's going to be done. So those are the changes that will be made. If the board or members have additional suggestions, or ABCA investigators or the director or MPD, our client is more than happy to entertain those and consider those, any such changes that might be recommended.
All right, Mr. Klein, what endorsements is it that does this establishment has on its license?
Entertainment endorsement. And I think that's it. Alex, no outside space, right?
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Hodge?
Andrew. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Andrew.
Do you have outside space?
We have a streetery based on the streetery program that's been extended through next year, but that's it. There's no
Yeah.
public use permit or anything of that nature.
Right.
So
So
on
the
the
endorsement would be the entertainment
it's
endorsement.
the entertainment endorsement. And how many cameras do you have in the establishment? Do you know?
Is that to me, sir?
I mean,
Yes.
if Mr. Client wants
Okay.
to, I'm asking if Mr. Client gives you permission to speak.
Mr. Hodge can answer. Mr. Hodge can answer that.
Okay. All right. I'm going to answer specifically, so I'll look for you gentlemen right now. But it's upwards of, let me get you an exact count. We've actually added cameras just to be sure. We've added additional to make sure there's no blind spots. We have 4, 8, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19 cameras currently.
And they're all operational to the best of your
Yes, sir.
knowledge?
They're operational. We make sure they stay operational. We make sure they're reporting for at least 30 days.
So, what days of the week do you offer entertainment? Since you have an entertainment endorsement, so is it 7 days a week, or is it a couple of days a week?
In this, we're open, currently we're open some Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. We open on Fridays at 5 p.m. Occasionally we'll have DJs for happy hour. Sometimes there's no DJs at all until later in the evening. Our kitchen is open throughout. We do offer food. We do operate as a restaurant. On Saturdays and Sundays, we open at 11 a.m. We serve brunch all day long. So we do very much operate as a restaurant. I heard some of the discussion earlier that that there was some concern there, and there's not. We are very much a restaurant. We do have a nightlife element to our operation later in the evening, but that's not our primary focus. We do try to be, whatever we can and garner whatever business we can. So I hope that answers your question.
So tell me about the security measures that your establishment has in place for late night when you have your late night entertainment.
Of course, sir. Yes, sir. Listen, we are experienced operators. We have had other establishments. We've had CNs. We've had security teams. We ensure that we have security placed at certain positions throughout the establishment. One by the bathrooms, one at the top of the stairs, one by the service bar area. At the entrance, we make sure that we have protocols for search upon entry to make sure that weapons do not enter the establishment. So we're very detailed in the way that we do operate. And I believe that's why the situation was handled as well as it was, is because we make sure that that training is in place. We make sure the protocol's there. We make sure people are in their stations. Nobody leaves their position unless they've announced that they need to use the restroom, so somebody can come fill that position. So we do have security protocol in place, and we have training for our staff to make sure that this is done correctly.
I don't have any further questions. Any questions by, yes, Mr. Short?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hogg. On a night that you saw the video, oh, I guess I know you've seen the video because you gave a copy. Did it look like it was that was a normal crowd for you was that a Monday night, the night of the incident, or Tuesday? What night of the week was it?
Yes, sir. It was a Sunday night. We have 2 floors. In regards to the occupancy question, that we were not above occupancy. Our first floor was vacant at that time. We just had a more condensed crowd on the second floor.
Well,
So this was a Sunday night, sir.
Okay, a Sunday night. Well, Mr. Haig, you have 2 separate occupancies, one for the first floor and one for the second floor, correct?
Yes, sir.
You
No,
can't.
they're not separate. I don't believe they're separate, sir. I believe it's one occupancy for the entire establishment.
So, if you, I'm just trying to figure. Well, let me leave that alone. Question I want to ask you: you saw the video, and you saw how many security guards were working that night?
We had a total
on the second
of
floor.
Yes, sir. There should be a total of 3 on the second floor. Anytime we're operating on the second floor, we have at least three security personnel on the second floor.
Well, Investigator Prout identified one, the gentleman with the beard, but I didn't see but one up there with all that crowd. I didn't see but one security person that was identified.
And again, we've ordered the shirt, sir, to make sure they are identified in the future. I believe Investigator Prout may have also gotten statements from the other security that was there prior to his arrival. There were plenty of security there that night, and we make sure we don't operate without those gentlemen in place.
Okay, so is that the normal crowd you have on a Sunday night that we saw in the video? Is that normal?
Honestly, it varies. I'll be quite frank with you, Mr. Short. We have had some crime on U Street, and there is no police presence on Sundays. It's very disturbing. I have been in direct contact with Lieutenant Jones from the 3rd District, who's supposed to be in charge of nightlife for U Street. I have reached out and done community outreach with MPD to try to potentially host a gathering at our establishment with MPD to try to give them ideas of how we can better diffuse some of the violence. We have requested over and over and over again to have more police presence on Sundays. It is there on Fridays and Saturdays. It is non-existent on Sundays.
My last question for you, Mr. Haig.
Yes, sir.
What could have an MPD officer done? We saw your security person certainly couldn't handle that fight that was going on. What could a police officer have done up there that night with the video that we saw?
First of all, I think they handled it very well. I think they diffused it and they removed it correctly. And to answer your question, if the police presence was outside, I don't believe they would have shot the way they did.
The question I'm asking you, sir, is this. What could MPD have done in that crowd on the second floor with the video we saw that night? What could they?
Sir, I don't believe MPD or anybody can control somebody's actions at all times of the day. I'm sorry.
So you don't think the crowd had anything to do with the violence?
Mr. Short, with all due respect, I mean,
I'm sorry, Mr. Klein, Mr. Klein. I know you're protecting your client.
My client's being badgered, and it's contrary to the testimony.
Mr. Klein, I know you're protecting your client, and your client has been doing an excellent job in responding to the board. So let's, your client has done an excellent job.
I have no further questions. I yield to Mr. Klein. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions on any parties before I bring it? I'm going to give you a final opportunity to say something, Mr. Klein, on behalf of your client. Any final comments you want to make, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, you have a question, Mr. Grandis. I apologize. Go ahead, Mr. Grandis. Who is this question for, sir?
It's for the licensee. If the attorney, Mr. Klein, will allow me to ask some questions based on what we have talked about and what we've witnessed. Is that okay, Mr. Klein?
No, the licensee.
Yes, Mr. Grandis. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Of course. Thank you.
You have a CR license. So on the night in question, what was going on at that hour on the first floor?
Nothing, sir.
So first floor is not occupied at all. After what time?
No, sir. I
After
would say
what time?
probably after about 9:30, 10 p.m. Most people have moved upstairs. We've shut down the first floor, and that's where they want to be in the establishment.
So up until 9 o'clock p.m., are you serving meals on the second floor?
Absolutely. We're serving meals throughout the entire place.
So in the video, I did not see any tables or chairs. So were they, maybe I missed them, but we were looking at.
No, there's tables and chairs, sir. There's tables throughout the entire establishment, and there's benches and banquettes that run all along the walls. Those are not movable. Those are permanent position banquettes.
You mentioned that you believe your C of O only has one occupancy number, not one for each floor.
That's correct, sir.
Do you ever use promoters?
Yes, sir.
You ever use a DJ?
Yes, sir.
Does the DJ have like a guest list?
No, sir.
You advertise that you have entertainment.
I believe there may be some internal marketing that mentions entertainment. Yeah.
Internal marketing. I'm not sophisticated in that.
Yeah, no, yeah, like if we send out an email blast, just to be clear, I don't want to cloud anything. If we send out an email, we may mention entertainment. There's a DJ booked, yeah.
You ever use a cover charge?
No, sir.
Not ever use a cover charge.
We don't charge cover.
Mhm.
We check IDs and we make sure to search as well, just because of the nature of U Street.
You're saying in the video we saw, I should have been able to see the banquettes and I should have been able to see whatever tables and chairs you have.
Yes, sir.
Did you? Because I only saw humans. I didn't see.
I'll be honest, I was focused on what the investigator was pointing out as far as the altercation, so I didn't pay attention to all of the video. So I apologize, I can't answer that question.
So your kitchen closes at on Sunday, it closes at 11.
That's correct, sir. Yes.
And if I wanted to order at 10:30, where would I be eating that?
You would eat that at your table, sir.
On the first floor?
Either floor.
If I thought you closed the first floor after 9 o'clock.
If people naturally tend to move upstairs, then we will close it down once they move upstairs. So there's no, you're looking for a hard line this way or that way. Again, based on business, we'll adjust as accordingly. So if I have business until 12 o'clock, we're gonna, we'll sell everything we can.
So you
We're
don't
a
move
business out here trying to survive, sir. So
you don't move any tables and chairs on the second floor once.
sir, we do not.
Chairman, those are my questions, and I want to thank you, Mr. Klein. It's good to have you before us again today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Klein, do you have any final comments before I bring us here into closure?
No, I think we've covered them, and I think that we should thank the licensee for their appropriate response to what happened on the second floor, and all joined together with respect to what's going on in our city with respect to the use of guns everywhere. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Klein. The only agreement that we have, the agreement today is that you have volunteered, and this is not because of a board member's request or the board's request, but you have volunteered to provide us with a legally sufficient security plan. Can you provide that security plan to the board within 30 days? Is that?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
All right, so you'll provide us with a legally sufficient security plan within 30 days. The board will take this matter under advisement. So as I stated before, based on what was gathered today, the recommendations are either no further action, or the board will refer this matter to the Office of the Attorney General for further action if the board determines that an ABCA violation has occurred. Thank you for your presentation today, Mr. Klein, Mr. Hodge, and you have a great day. Mr. Mixon.
Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. We're going to do our agenda items for today. And the first agenda that we will do is the legal agenda. The first matter on the legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated September 27, 2023, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1E and Medusa Lounge, license number 121559. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated September 27th by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1E and WNS Liquor and Deli, license number 122985. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated September 13th by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E and Alora, license number 125353. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated October 4th, 2023 by and between the Colorama Citizens Association and Queens Cafe, license number 124807. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of a request to reinstate canceled license. This is for the Bury, the BRUERY, license number 107892. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review of ANC ADF request to withdraw protest dated September 26th. This is for El Rey, license number 124791. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review of a correspondence from Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F dated September 29th, 2023, requesting review of Aslan's Beer Company's compliance with its existing settlement agreement. Aslan's Beer Company license number is 118555. I make a motion that we have a fact-finding hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review of request for extension of time to supplement the record dated September 28th, filed by the 9th Street Nightlife Equality Coalition regarding the proposed 9th Street Shore Moratorium Zone, public hearing held September 14th, 2023. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review of a supplemental testimony dated September 29th, 2023, filed by the Westminster Neighborhood Association in support of the moratorium petition for North Shaw and 9th Street neighborhood. This is an FYI for the board. We're now going to do our licensing agenda. Oh, all right. I have to read all this agenda. All right. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Stadium Club, license number 094244. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Hanson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for STICX, STICX, license number 116203. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Hanson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Moon Sports Bar, license number 124475. I make a motion that we grant this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 4, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for H Street Country Club, license number 076649. I make a motion that we agree to the extension through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 5, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Skylark Lounge. That's the formal name. License number, trade name. We do not have a new trade name, but license number 090611. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 6, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Sangria Cafe, license number 090781. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Hanson, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 7, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for our lounge, license number 112033/124770. I make a motion that we have a fact finding hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Hanson has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 8, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is to be determined. to be determined, formerly Kennel Square Associates LP, license number 118463. I make a motion that we have a fact-finding hearing. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review request to extend safety of license. This is Asafu's Palace license number 112748. I make a motion that we extend this request through we approve the request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for a lounge of 3, license number 113558. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 11, review application for change of hours. This is for HQ DC House, license number 124692. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will
Cato
second.
seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 12, review application to expand the sidewalk cafe capacity from 28 seats to 46 seats. I make a motion. This is for Alta Strada, license number 100140. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen, second.
Henson, the second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 13, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for La Dolce Vita, license number 117978. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Grandis will
Mr.
second.
Cato and Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 14, review application for tasting permit endorsement. This is for Winovisor, Winovisor, license number 108149. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen, second.
Henson, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 15, review request for approval to provide a gift of $500, a gift of DC United game tickets that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various retail establishments. This is for Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 16, review request to remove the wine pub endorsement from the license. This is for Brightwood Pizza and Bottle, license number 102866. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato,
Agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 17, review request to remove the brew pub endorsement from the license. This is a public option. License number 118096. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 18, for review request for the disposal permit to transport unopened alcoholic beverage inventory to Claudia's Table, license number 123532. And the request has been made by L. et Volete, ETVIOLA et Vole, license number 07833. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So we're going to do the supplementary agenda. I'm now taking up the supplemental licensing agenda for discussion by the board. There are 3 licensees on the supplemental agenda for October 4th, 2023. I now move that the board approve the 3 requests on our supplemental agenda. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and I'm sorry, who else? Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I'm now taking up our cancellation agenda. There are 6 licensees on our cancellation agenda, and the request is to cancel these licenses. And so I move that all 6 items in the record and that the board will approve the cancellation of these 6 licenses that are published on the cancellation agenda for October 4th, 2023. Is there a second?
Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to, I'm now taking up the medical cannabis licensing agenda for October 4th, 2023. On this agenda, there are 5 licensees. I make a motion that these applications be approved. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Cato, seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato. Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I'm now taking up the board's temporary one-day and substantial change agenda. There are 24 agenda items on this agenda, but I want to make special mention of number 23, which is a request from Project DC Events, and they had requested an approval for pub crawl. The board will be approving 1,000 applicant for number 23, which is the Project DC events. So with that, with Project DC events and their request for applicants, and the board is only approving 1,000 at this junction, I therefore make a motion that the board approve all 24 applicants on the board's, on the board's temporary one-day license, one-day substantial change docket that was published on October 4th, that's published for October 4th, 2023. Do I have a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato, I believe, says he.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's, the license administrative docket. On the board's license administrative docket, the board's licenses administrative docket that was published for October 4th, 2023. On the board's license administrative docket, there are 21 applicants on this docket. The board will be approving number 1 through number 20. For number 21, which is an application for Martha Bar and Grills, license number 124927, which is a retailer, C restaurant, which is a new ABC application. The board is rescinding the application for their application on this docket. So I therefore make a motion that on the license administrative docket, the board approves number 1 through 20, and that the board rescinds its approval of the license for number 21, which is Mary Bar and Grill license number 124927. I therefore make a motion that the board approve this docket with the addition made by the chair for number 21. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I just want to alert the public that we're doing something a little bit different today. All the dockets that we just voted, although I did not read all the names in the record, they are available they're all published. And if the public needs further information about what is on the docket, they are welcome to access our website, and you will see the published applicants on all the dockets that we voted on today. All right. So with that said, we have now concluded our morning agenda, and I want to thank everyone for participating in our morning agenda this morning. The board is going to be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. I now request that all board members return to executive session. We will come back for the public session at 1:30. Thank you. All right then. Good afternoon, we're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Ennis. I'm chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are 4 other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 5 members in attendance this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 4 cases scheduled for this afternoon. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. So looking at our afternoon hearing, the first case that's on our calendar this afternoon is case number 23 PRO 00055 El Rey, license number 124791. This case has been canceled. The ANC withdrew its protest. See board order number 2023-49496. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00060 Medusa Lounge, license number 121559. This case has been canceled due to the board's approval of a settlement agreement. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00067 Queen's Cafe, license number 127807. This case has been canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. And the next case on our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00066 Prince Hall Free and Accepted Order of the Eastern Star Title Holding Companies, license number 124767. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure. Marquise G. McCants Sr., your access has been elevated. Tanya, your access has been elevated. Investigator Jovan Miller, your access has been elevated. Frank Chauvin, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Can everyone turn their camera on, please, if you have a camera? All right, let's start. Good afternoon. Let's start with the licensee. So Mr. McCants, can you please spell and state your name for the record and the applicant and your relationship to this application?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marquis McCants Sr., spelled M-A-R-Q-U-I-S. Last name is McCants, M-C-C-A-N-T-S, and I am the vice president of the organization.
We have I'm sorry, ma'am, what's your last name? Tania, can you spell and the record, please?
Tanya Shand, T-A-N-I-A, last name S-H-A-N-D.
And who are you, ma'am? What's your relationship to this case?
I'm a resident
Are you one of the protester?
Yes, and a protester, yeah.
Mr. Chauvin, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? You're on mute, sir. I can't hear you. I still cannot hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
All right. My name's Frank, Frank, last name Chau, V as in Victor, I N as in Nancy, and I am a protestant representative along with Tanya.
Mr. Miller?
It's Jovan Miller, JovanMiller.
Is there anyone else who was supposed to testify today, or is it is there anyone else, Mr. McGann, who should be elevated who's not here?
Nothing on behalf of my foundation, no.
I'm saying, sir, are you the only person representing your organization today?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Chauvin, so it's just you and Miss Shand, you're the only two people today?
Yes, and I will be the manager.
I'm sorry, what did you say, sir?
I understand that I will be the manager for this, even though both representatives are present.
Well, no, it's not the manager. So you're the when they file a protest, there has to be someone who is a designated representative. So you are the designated representative for the protestant group. So therefore, what that means is that when it comes to asking questions, cross-examine witnesses, doing direct examine witness, and you're the one who then has that rolled. If someone is testifying and that if there's an objection, then it says that you're the one who has to raise the objection, not Miss Chan, because because you were designated as the designated representative. So you're basically the lawyer. You're basically the lawyer representing the protestants in this case. All right. Now, this is an application for a new license, and I guess I'm just trying to find out if there is any way we can truncate this hearing. The way the hearing usually works is that I'll have the board agent will go through his case report. He will testify. After the board agent, once he testifies to the contents of his report, then the board members will have an opportunity to ask direct questions of the agent regarding the contents of his report. After the board members have has had an opportunity to question Mr. Miller, then you, Mr. McCann, you will have an opportunity to ask him questions based on the report. And then Mr. Chauvin, you will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator of the report. Once that is so, then you, Mr. McCann, will present your case. Why is it that you believe that the ABC board should grant your organization this license? Once you have done presented, Mr. Chauvin will have an opportunity to cross-examine you. After Mr. Chauvin has had an opportunity to cross-examine you, then the board will ask questions if they so desire of your testimony. Once you have presented your evidence why is it that the board should grant this license, then Mr. Chauvin as a protestant, then you will put your case on. And if you want to call a witness, and if you want to call Ms. Chan as a witness, you ask her questions. All the witnesses will be sworn in. Once whoever wants to testify, once that person testifies, then the other side would have an opportunity to cross-examine the individual. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Chauvin.
Just one point. There seems to be a note in the order of conduct from my notes that it says the applicant may present a brief opening statement of their case, explaining the appropriateness of the license for the neighborhood and what the evidence will show. And then before we present our case, it says I may make an opening remark. Do I still have those two opportunities?
Yes, I apologize. I should have, the order of procedures is that the applicant will have an opportunity to do an opening statement. Then the protestant will also have an opportunity to do an opening statement. In your opening statement, then the applicant will tell us why is it that we should grant the license, and to say this is evidence that we're going to present today. Once the applicant, they will have 5 minutes to do that. You, Mr. Chauvin, will also have 5 minutes to do an opening statement and tell us why is it that we should or should not grant the license, and if we grant the license with or without conditions. Once both parties have presented their opening statements, then the board will present its first witness by calling Mr. Miller. All right. As I stated before, this is so preliminarily. I'm just trying to see if we have to go through a full hearing today. This is an application for a new license, and this is an application for a new license. And I guess what I'm trying to find out, as far as the protestants is concerned, is the protestant saying that we should or should not grant the license, or if we're going to grant or we can grant the license, but there should be some conditions attached to the license, if the license is granted. I'm just finding out where the protestants are to see whether or not we can truncate the case, or do we have to go through a full case? I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, I like to say that we see, we worked well. We met several times. Mr. McCants and representatives met several times, working in good order towards a compromise, but then it sort of fell apart on one or two details at the end. In that regard, we think we can move ahead, asking the board to grant with stipulations. And we have a set of those as submitted in the petition, or excuse me, in the case submittals in preparation for this hearing. So I think it can be pretty straightforward and fast, but I do, however, would like to request the ability to ask questions of the investigator.
No, I mean, you still have that opportunity, but so if you are in agreement that the board should grant the license, then we can agree that the license will be granted, and then we will spend the rest of the time. You can ask questions, and then you can tell us, okay, since you have agreed to the license, what limitations, if any, should we place on the license? So we would have that opportunity. So is that workable for both parties?
I would say, if I could make a quick iteration just on a central point to the 36 representative or 36 signatories on this protest, neighbors, the 36 neighbors, is that there was discussion that because of the overconcentration of liquor license in this North Shaw neighborhood, that there was some interest in pushing for a no allowance for a license, but under the consideration of the 100 years of the good works of the Masons, that we've come back to a little more central ground, that as long as we can adopt some simple measures to make our coexistence better, we're happy to allow for the grant of a license.
And so what the board can do, the board can issue an order that the license is granted, and then we will spend the rest of this hearing where the protestants, where the parties, then you, Mr. McCann, can state why is it, you can argue on to say that the board should not impose any conditions on the license, or if there are conditions that they present that you're fine with. And then Mr. Chauvin, you can then present you can then present evidence on why is it that you believe the board should impose these conditions. And I know you have your hand up, Ms. Shan, but Mr. Chauvin is a designated representative. So because he's a designated representative, I'll give you an opportunity. Maybe you can call him and he can ask the question then, because just procedurally, because he is, unless if both of you are the representative, but because he is a designated representative, he's the only one who can speak at this juncture, ma'am. So if you need to speak to him, you can give him a call and then raise the issue.
And pardon me for another related issue. On that respect, if we need to talk, can we hold for a minute or pause for a minute or two if Ms. Shand and I need to speak?
I mean, yes, you can do that. I mean, we can. I'll wait. Since that's what you're not in the same location, so just mute your phone and have whatever conversation you need to have with her, please. Mute your line, Mr. Chauvin. Mr. Chauvin, are you talking to me or are you talking to Ms. Shan? Oh.
All right, thank you for that. We're back and ready to go.
Right. Go ahead, sir. Okay. All right. So I wanted so is the agreement that the board will issue the license, however, we'll now take testimony on whether or not we should impose conditions on the license. Is that where we are?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, fine. All right. So what I'm going to do, and I'm Mr. Miller, I was told that Mr. Chauvin wants to ask you some questions. So I'll just briefly ask you some questions, Mr. Miller, and then I'll allow the protestant will ask you some questions. Okay, so Mr. Miller, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
What is your name, sir? Again, please.
It's Jovan Miller, Jovan Miller.
And where are you currently employed?
I am employed at the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And how long have you been employed here, sir?
4.5 years.
And what is your role? What's your role at the agency?
I conduct investigations and inspections of ABCA licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
And how are you familiar with the license application in this manner, in this case?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become familiar with this case?
I was assigned this protest for Prince Hall. Excuse me if I cut it a little short. I don't want to be long-winded with you guys. Last week.
All right. Did there come a time that you draft a report, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you draft a case report. All right. Now, just generally, just brief, this licensee has been protested. What information were you able to gather why a protest was filed in this case?
Protest was brought forward to the board because of, I'm gonna give you the peace, order, and quiet, residential parking, real property value, and overconcentration of ABC licensed establishment. And then then I went into a little bit deeper when speaking to Mr. Chauvin. Is that how you pronounce your name? I want to make sure I pronounce it correctly.
Chauvin, thank you.
Chauvin, excuse me, Mr. Chauvin. He briefly went over stating that he had concerns of crowds outside the establishment, as far as crowd management once the events are over and noise is being made in the neighborhood. Also, music being noise emanating into residential homes in the area. Also spoke on the overconcentration, of course, of stating that there were 52 establishments within 600 feet of the establishment. And also, there's no parking garages or parking spaces available. It's already a shortage for residents in the District of Columbia.
But Mr. Miller, I'm somewhat confused. This is an application for a new license.
Mm-hmm.
So how is it that you're saying the protestants was mentioned to you about noise from this establishment if we have not issued a license for this establishment?
So during the protest period, if the establishment happens to have an event, we're still able to monitor for noise or crowd and all that stuff just during the protest period. But this is just the information that he gave to me, and this is the information I just wrote down to bring forward to the board.
But this establishment is not operating, is that correct? Because we have not issued a license for them. All right. Okay, go ahead, sir, if you have anything else you want to add.
That was all. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. And he also spoke on trash pickup during the week, stating that the establishment only has it once a week.
But again, I'm sorry again, Mr. Miller, but am I missing something? Was there another license at this establishment, or were they?
Yes, sir. There was an old license under a different name. Previously, it was expired on March 2022. Well, they didn't renew the license in time.
Okay.
So then they had they're asking for a new license.
All right. So do you have access to the investigative history of the previous licensee?
Yes, sir. The previous establishment name was the Prince Hall Freemason and Eastern Star Charitable Foundation. ABRA number, 026242. Their last infraction with ABRA was in May of 2009, and from 2009 until July of 2022, there were no ABCA violations.
So what was it? What was the infraction in 2009?
I believe it was a quarterly statement, or if I can recall, or give me 1 second, I will pull it up really quickly. I had it on hand, but just give me 1 second. I'm almost there. Excuse me. Freemason. There we go. All right, that was on May 1st, 2009. This was for a quarterly statement. And they have all of these are quarterly statements, and then they have one back in December of 05 for noise. That was the only complaint for noise in 2005 for the old license.
All right. All right. All right. I don't have any other questions. Do any other board members have any questions that they want to ask Mr. Miller? All right, hearing none. Mr. McCants, do you have any questions that you want to ask Mr. Miller?
I have no questions at this time.
Mr. Chauvin, you have any questions you want to ask Mr. Miller? All right, hold on a minute before you go ahead, Mr. It's 2:02, and at 2:20, it's my understanding that hold on, Mr. Miller, Mr. Chauvin, hold on 1 minute, please. I just want to put on the record that it's 2:02. At 2:20, it's my understanding that there will be an emergency, nationwide emergency alert. Wasn't that the only way you can avoid the alert is if you turn your phone off. So I'm asking folks not to turn their phone off if they don't want to, but once you hear that alert comes on, please, I'm told you can press any button on your phone to mute it, but that's going to go on for about an hour. All right, so just want to let everyone know that. All right, Mr. Chauvin.
Hear me?
I can now hear you, sir. Go ahead. Do you have any questions for Mr. Miller?
Yes. Mr. Miller, how long have you been an ABCA inspector working on board investigative reports to support hearings?
4.5 years.
And do you have other duties outside of investigative reports? And if so, what are they?
Conduct inspections of establishments as well.
All right. How often do you believe you visit U Street establishments?
I couldn't put a number on it sometimes.
All right. Do you find there to be more license investigations in response to complaints in this area?
That's a question for management. They would have the log for that.
So you don't have any thoughts about spending more time in this area or less time in this area than other locations?
I could not give you an answer to that.
All right. Would you characterize the concentration of licensed establishments as very high in this area?
I don't. That's above my job title. I couldn't tell you that. That's up for the board to decide that.
Would you characterize any other part of the city with more concentrated bars? Would you characterize any other part of the city where there are more concentrated bars?
I couldn't tell you.
All right. On page 2 of your report, you state that, let's see, I'm sorry, page 3 of your report, Sorry, page 2 of your report. You note, if anyone in the group of 5, when we were chatting, you said if anyone in the group of 5 reached out to anyone in management or ownership about these complaints. I'm not certain what point you're trying to make here, but can you tell me, did you mean within the years of complaints or just within the protest period?
I meant at any period. You guys, you stating that the establishment has had a past of complaints, and I asked, did you have any conversation with anybody in management, so that whatever time period that you might have spoke with anybody at the establishment, whether it was the old license or a new license, I asked for that information, and which you could not provide at the time.
All right, I'm going to provide some more information on that question in a few, but I wanted to continue on sequentially in your report. Page 3, you refer to the Prince Hall Center for the Performing Arts as the second floor ballroom, and you use those terms interchangeably. Did you get the Prince Hall Center for Performing Arts from Mr. McCann? Because this is the first time I've heard of this, and other folks in the neighborhood hadn't heard the name of this space. We just call it the facility or the hall. Were you given this name by Mr. McCann, Prince Hall Center for the Performing Arts?
What part of the report are you speaking to?
Page 3, it says the property is a privately owned building used by the Prince Hall Masons to hold monthly meetings to coordinate charitable activities. In the next sentence, the Prince Hall Center for the Performing Arts, in parentheses, second floor ballroom, is used primarily by the membership.
If you look above that first parentheses, this is a statement written by Mr. McCants.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see that correlation. All right. Let's see. So in this review by Mr. McCann, it says that it claims that the facility used for events is Prince Hall Center for the Performing Arts, and emphasizes that the membership-based uses are the predominant use of this facility. The problem with this recount of the facility for the board's purpose is that it's predominantly not member-based uses that the neighborhood has questions and problems with, and we ask for some fine-tuning on operations, some simple fine-tuning of operations to help the neighborhood with the overwhelming problems that
Mr. Chauvin, at this point, you're asking questions of Mr. Miller. Okay,
right.
So please, you can, if you have arguments later on, but currently you're asking Mr. Miller questions regarding his report, sir. Okay.
Yes. All right. So let's see here. Well, I just was noting to Mr. I can't make a note regarding how Mr. Miller characterizes the use of the space, which is important to the problem in the community. So I think just what we've included. So I have to make the argument later, is what you're saying, even though
Yes,
I've
sir.
done this.
Right. At this juncture, you're just asking Mr. Miller questions regarding his report, sir. Later on, you'll have an opportunity to testify, or Ms. Shand can testify about what you're now speaking about.
All right.
Mr. Chairperson, if I just want to follow up on what Mr. Chauvin said. I did not say that. I said that. I repeatedly just spoke to you and said Mr. McCants said those things.
Yeah.
Right. No, it's I'm looking at your report, and your report on page 3 clearly states that it's a statement that was provided by Mr. McCants in response to the group of 5 or more, and I see that there are an entire 3 paragraphs that was in quotation, meaning that this is not my original thought. This is what Mr. McCants stated. All right.
All right. Let's see. On page 4, with respect to zoning, you cover that Prince Hall is located within the R1 zone, intended to permit moderate density mixed-use development. My problem here is that while we note the designation of R1 sitting upon which the establishment is located, you fail to note the adjacent RF1 zoning, which are single and two-family row houses. In this case, Prince Hall directly adjoins 32 RF1 lots.
Mr. Chauvin, I'm sorry. Remember, you're asking Mr. Miller questions. So, what I see here, he's stating that this is in the R1 zone, so you can ask him about that. But if you're talking about what's the adjoining zone, maybe you can have Ms. Sands testify, or you can, after I swear you in, you can testify. But I don't see anything in his report regarding the zone you're talking about. So you can only ask him questions, sir, about what's in his report. And so he testified, and you're asking him questions about what's in his report, sir.
You know, I hear what you're saying, Chair Anderson, except my question is, if we can't depend and the board can't depend on what's in here, and there's missing stuff that's important to neighborhood cases, that's a problem. And I need to call those things out in the sense that, you know, it's important for the board's understanding when you read this last night as you characterize what the problems are here. And so if these reports aren't including or missing material facts, that's important to the cases made in today and by all neighborhoods. And so, I mean, I find it to be, you know, impactful and imperative that I call what's missing out here, because missing pieces don't characterize the full content of an investigation. And if investigation pieces are missing, they're too important to leave out, and they should have been included in here.
But what I'm saying to you, sir, remember you're asking him a question. And so at this portion of the report, the report talks about the zoning for the specific area where the potential license is going to be. Okay, so that's all the investigator is going to put in his report to say this is zoned for, to state what the zone is. Now, when you present your case, sir, you can then talk about the area. Now, you can ask him about he has in his report about nearby establishment. He has in his report about all the establishments, if you want to ask him questions about all the establishments. But the investigator, since he didn't state what was in the adjoining zone, his job when he talks about the zoning and in all the reports that we have, when it says zoning, it's in the investigator just needs to say to us the location where this establishment is zoned, what is the zoning for this specific location. They never tell us what's in the adjoining, they just tell us what's in the specific area. When you present your case, sir, you can ask your witness, or I'll swear you in, and you can provide all that information to say what is around this area, that right across the street or the adjoining is a residential area, and the impact this has on there. But I'm just saying this during this period, you're just asking them about your report. And if you have other information that is not there, maybe you can bring another witness to bring it in, or you could ask him, well, did you know that this other area was? And if he has an answer, he can. But I just want to say to you that he's not required in when he answers this question about the zoning. All that's required is that he tells us what type of zone this license is in, sir. Okay, that's all. I'm not trying to limit what you say. I'm just saying this is not the witness to ask that question. You can, once I swear you in, or once I swear Ms. Chans in, you can bring in all the information. That's all I'm saying, sir. Okay.
I hear you. Thank you for the clarification. I'm a little stubborn when it comes to understanding things that don't support the measures, and the difficulty getting before you here, and the difficulty with ABCA processes, and the difficulty with getting everything we need from ABCA and what the community needs from the ABCA board. And when we're not characterizing the full picture in this report, it makes my job more difficult as a resident and as a concerned citizen and as an advocate for my neighbors. And so you might have to remind me on a few other instances in this report, because several of the others are with regards to what in fact the investigator is supposed to report on, so that you, the board, and the community that may listen to this can understand what is really taking place around this property. So I will do my best to understand your concerns. So I guess, Mr. Miller, with respect to this property and its Arts1 location, why didn't you look at the adjacent RF1 zoning and comment on it, since it's contiguous right next door, adjoining to the building?
Oh, Mr. Chauvin, I believe the board just, Mr.
No,
Chairperson just spoke on that.
But no, Mr. Miller, you can answer that question. And so you can answer, you heard what I said, but this is a question you can answer. And you can answer it by saying, I'm not going to tell you what the answer is, but you know what I mean. You can answer this question, sir.
Well, to be frank, the first thing is I did receive, I did look at the zoning next door, but for my report purposes, my job was to put the zone of where the establishment was. If there was a question of zoning beside it or anything like that, you also had the opportunity to mention that when we spoke on the phone or email, but you did not. That's not one of the concerns that you mentioned. So now that you're bringing it forward towards the board, you're making this accusation of my report, but you had the opportunity to mention any of these things when we actually spoke, but you did not. So you have to hold yourself accountable as much as you're trying to hold ABCA.
All right. Let's see here. Nearby establishments. Is there you noted that within 1,200 feet, this is page 4 of your report, within 1,200 feet of the Prince Hall operation, you noted 72 licensed establishments. Is there any reason you didn't include, that's 1,200-foot radius, that is a section as defined under the code in the community. Is there any reason you chose the 1,200-foot section instead of the 600-foot locality, or the 1,800-foot section?
Well, this is according to our GIS map, and that's the radius that they use. So that's a question I cannot answer past that.
Well, because what I'm saying, my question to you is, there's 3 different areas to be evaluated. It's 600 feet, 1,200 feet, and 1,800 feet, and you're only giving 1,800 feet. We all got the emergency call on your phone if you aren't getting it right now. The two. All right. So anyway, my question stands. I'm not sure why you selected 1,800 foot, because the board would like to know what's in 600 feet. Is it 40 licenses, or 30 or 1,800 feet? Is it 125 licenses? Both of those merits are in the code, and I'm not certain why you selected this one specific one, because there's 2 others to evaluate, and I don't have the full picture and the board doesn't, but I will move on here. Parking. You noted that there on page 6 that there is you didn't use the word very limited parking, but for parking you said parking in the area consists of no parking, no standing, no parking loading zone, and 2-hour parking and residential Ward 1 parking only. You also noted several bus lines and a bus and a metro stop. So just from what you've stated here, it appears that your characterization is that there's very limited, if no, extra parking. Is that true? Available to folks that attend perhaps rented events, which is our issue of import here at the Prince Hall.
Can you ask the question one more time?
Sure. Do you characterize on page 6 regarding parking? Your characterization really states, would you agree that there's limited or no parking available for crowds of people that attend the Prince Hall?
Only thing I did was state what I observed, which to be in the area and we all know that there's a shortage of parking in DC.
Well, I mean, I find that to be non-situational merited, your response there, in the sense that this is a highly dense area, and I think you may be able to draw a conclusion for the board whether or not there's available parking for guests. I mean, what you're saying is there isn't, and I just wanted to hear that. I mean, I guess it stands for itself. Maybe we can leave it at that. It stands for itself. Thank you. Page 7, entertainment. Let's see, you say Prince Hall has communicated to you that the facility, you know what, I'm sorry, I went over this already. It will be another point that I'll bring up later on. All right, page 9, Mr. Miller, you monitor the establishment one out of three visits listed, and you found no. Do you have a checklist?
Do I have a checklist? Yes, your checklist is everything that you mentioned in your protest report. That's my
Okay.
checklist.
So that's your checklist. Did you look at the trash area? And you only went once of 3 times, and so there were other inspectors on the other 2 events. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
One of those happened to be a supervisor.
And did you check the trash area?
Yes.
You did. And can you report on the conditions, or you just found no violation?
The area was clean when I visited the establishment.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. I think it's page 8, and it's regarding these conclusions generally. The effect of the establishment on real property values. You state that ABCA personnel are not qualified to address the issue of real property values. The effect of the establishment on DC Official Code 25-314, which is over-concentration of licensed establishments. Specifically with over-concentration of licensed establishments, is there any reason you are not qualified or do not provide any analysis on over-concentration and the arguments and merits upon which this conclusion might be drawn? And if you don't do it, who does at ABCA?
Well, concentration of licensed establishments as investigators, we don't have the authority to speak on over concentration because that belongs to the board. So any questions or concerns about DC Official Code 25-314, over concentration would be directed more towards the board.
So can I ask you, you are an investigator though, and if you investigate, I don't know if this is, I'm sorry, and down the road question, Chairman, but if you don't investigate it, who does on behalf of the board? The board doesn't go out there.
Well, if you speak on the over concentration of establishments, my job is to tell the board how many ABC licenses are in the establishment, around the area, and then they to make the decision if that's going to be too many A stores or B stores or C stores or multi-purpose. They make that decision at that point. My job is just to gather the information for them to make a decision.
So as your role here in this report and as an investigator, you or your colleagues do not participate in any information gathering for the board's review of over-concentration. That's strictly a board matter, and the board investigates that and reviews all of those facts, whatever they may be.
Our job is to let the board know if, as far as its protests or any other concern about over concentration, of ABC licensed establishments, which you can see that we actually did speak. Well, in my report, I spoke to how many establishments and what endorsements that they have and everything, and separated them by category of A, B, C, D. And the board has that information if they want to utilize that for over concentration of its ABC licensed establishment. But as far as ABCA personnel such as myself, I don't have the authority to speak on those things.
All right, thank you. Investigative history. I think this is also page 8. You called me to discuss Prince Hall, and you and I reviewed a recent Howard University homecoming event on which a complaint was filed with ABCA. Can you explain what you told me about that event? Because it wasn't in your report.
So I gave you the short version, but in a little longer instant, a complaint was made to ABCA within the nightlife chat with other agencies, and as an investigator was going, was it Sergeant? I forgot his last name. The sergeant contacted investigator Dantzler en route and stated that there was nothing going on, that he handled the situation.
Okay, that's not everything you told me. There was an event going on, and
I didn't say there wasn't. I just said that the officer went there. He took care of the situation. He said nothing was. We weren't needed. And I didn't give you the long version because I didn't have to go into great detail about the situation, because I just wanted to give you a little insight on the situation.
So ABCA was called, am I correct, to investigate a noise complaint?
It was a complaint. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if it was a phone call, but I know it was actually in our chat that we have other agencies.
Okay. So my question to you is, when working with other agencies, if there's a problem, you don't make them part of your report to the board, because they impact the licensee's operations. And my question to you is, why aren't those other agencies? I see you have some police reporting here, I believe, in your report, calls, maybe, if I am recollecting. I didn't focus on that, but if there's other agencies under which a licensee has violations, or even a current violation that's in effect, why aren't those produced for a board at the time of a new license or the approval of a renewal, any license application review?
I will ask you this: did you hear that there was a violation?
I didn't ask about the violation. I asked about any violation, because I'm going to talk about another violation that I'm not sure how it would be adjudicated. And if it's not brought to the board's attention, because there's no study of it, no review of it by ABCA or you in reporting to the board, then how do we know? How does the board know they should approve a license? How do they know the history of this operator if you're not going to report on other violations from other agencies?
So if we have a situation going on and someone makes a complaint and says it might be something going on at Prince Hall, and we go to the establishment and there's no violation, there's nothing to report to the board. What are we going to report to the board? Nothing. Because if we find nothing, we're not going to report nothing.
All right, well, you didn't really answer my question, but I'm going to get back to the specifics of this complaint. It was a noise complaint by a event going on, and I presume it was a leased event. I think, Mr. McCants, you don't have to agree, because I'm not supposed to talk to you. Sorry about that. That's not protocol. But we all know, I know, both representatives here, Tanya and I know, it was a leased event if it was an event for Howard University, unless it was a in good faith gesture to give the hall for use for an event that's not of the membership of the Prince Hall. And there was a complaint filed, whether it was with ABCA or the police. My problem is that there's a history of not recording complaints with ABCA, and it's diminutive of the case we're trying to make. And so if it's not in the record, that's a problem. And the problem had to do with an event going on, and it was disturbing the community. An event by the licensee at the table here, the applicant, because he doesn't have a license yet. So my question is, why wasn't it included in your report as a mention? Because it was concluded by the police, and I'm sorry, I'll finish the story. You told me there was no alcohol around this event. So I guess that means it wasn't your purview because they don't have a license and there's no alcohol. So we're not talking about a licensed venue, then therefore it would be kicked back. But I'm just trying to understand why there's not more and better reporting from other reports of violations from other agencies brought to the board's attention, because I see that happen too much and it's a problem. So
is there a question that you asked Mr. Chauvin that Mr. Miller you're able to answer?
The short version of what I'm getting is you're asking ABRA investigators to report something or bring up something from other agencies, and if there is no violation or from us or any other agencies, why would we bring that forward to the board? There's nothing. That's just, I feel like that's more of you trying to put some things onto the ABRA or APCA, excuse me, to make it seem though that, oh, well, they did this and this and this and this. Well, if they have no violations, why would I need to just give that to the board?
All right. Well, again, there is no other violations from other agencies, and I'm going to just give a specific here that has been brought to the board's attention. The ABCA code mentions at least once, if not several or many instances, that if there is a violation of other DC codes which apply to a licensee's premises, that a licensee shall not be granted or renewed. How can this board know without your reporting, without the inspections department providing for the board whether or not there's other violations of the code which may exist in other areas? And how can the board know whether or not to grant the license, as they're explicitly given the authority not to grant a license if there's other code violations? So how would the board know this, and why don't they?
Why, if there are no violations of other codes, what am I going to report? That's my question to you.
I'm saying I don't see any reports from the Office of Buildings, whether there's been any code violations with the Office of Buildings, because explicitly, if there is a building code violation, the board has that authority not to grant a new or renew a license. And so if you don't have a report stating from the Office of Buildings or Building DOB, how will the board know? And did you reach out to the Department of Buildings?
Hold on, Mr. Chauvin. This is the ABC board. We only investigate establishments that sell and serve alcohol that has a license or doesn't have a license. Now, if you became aware of a violation, you can mention it to the investigator, and the investigator would probably put it in his report to say it was reported by the protestants that they received these violations from this other agency. So in passing, but the board though would not make a determination on that because this is not part of her jurisdiction. So now, if you're saying to Mr. Miller that you had provided information to him about other violations that occurred, and he did not place it in his report, then you could ask him. You could ask him, why didn't you, since I mentioned these violations to you, why it was not listed in your report? Then that's a fair question to ask. We talked about the investigative history. The investigative history, I mean, there are tons of violations, or reports that might come into our agency. It however, does not go on the investigative history until this board has determined that a violation has occurred. So therefore, if an individual, you could file a noise violation regarding this establishment. ABRA would have ABCA would have to send an investigator out to substantiate the violation. If it's not substantiated, it's not going to be here on the investigative history. So I know that you're talking about the event where I guess the Howard University event, whatever, and why it's not here. As the investigator stated, there was something was mentioned on the chat. They were told that everything's okay, so therefore there was nothing for our agency to investigate. And so there's no need for him to put it in his report because it was a non-event, sir. So I'm just trying to say what the investigator's role is. So you can bring all of that. If you have direct testimony about what events occur, when you have an opportunity, I will swear you and your witness in. You and your witness in, you can testify about what you know. But as I said before, sir, at this juncture, your role is to question the investigator about what is in his report. Okay? And as I said before, if you brought certain things to his attention and if he did not include it in his report, then you can ask him, why did he not bring this in his report? And then he can say, it wasn't relevant to my investigation or whatever. But that's where we are, okay?
All right, well, then I will wrap it up with one last question in the exact spirit that you've just conveyed, Mr. Chairman. I didn't see, Mr. Miller, I didn't see a certificate of occupancy submitted in your package. How do you or your ABCA colleagues verify the C of O, and how do you know 500 persons can be seated in the hall location? And how do you know 888 persons can be standing?
The C of O, I didn't have on hand. That picture that you're, those numbers that you're speaking of is from the photographs from inside the establishment. That's not something that we ourselves gave to the establishment. So that's the only thing I can speak to that.
Yeah, I'm talking about what's on the application, and I guess the picture recalled my memory, the picture in your report. So I'm just curious. So you have no role in deciding how many people can sit at tables or in a location or stand. It's something you guys don't look at, right?
That is, the establishment will have to go to Department of Buildings or DCRA. Sorry, they have a new name, DCLP. They would have to go there and get their C of O, and then bring it over to ABRA, and they could put any number they want on their application, but it has to be approved and it has to be equal or to less to their C of O.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you for your time and your investigation and taking some thoughts on my responses today, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, for your testimony today. I appreciate you being here and testifying. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. All right, Mr. McCann. This is your opportunity. Well, I did not, and I think Mr. Chauvin, you had talked about you had an opportunity to do an opening statement, and I did not give you that opportunity, sir. I think I got so excited that I wanted us to just get into this case. So you will still have your opportunity. So when you present your case, you'll have your opportunity to give an opening. Yes, sir.
Because I have an opening remark, but I also have a short introduction to the case. So
I'll still when you present your case, I'll give you that opportunity to do that, sir. Okay, I apologize. So I think it's because since we had somewhat truncated the hearing based on the agreement, so I did not necessarily go in the process and procedures that I wanted to go. So all right, so this stage is now Mr. McCann's. Now you need to present whatever documents or witnesses that you have. Why is it that you believe this board should issue you a license without conditions? And so I guess, well, yeah, since the protestants have agreed to the license, So what you need to do, sir, is to present evidence. Why is it that the board should not impose any conditions on the license that we're going to grant you? Do you have any witnesses you're going to testify, sir, or are you the only witness who's going to testify?
Sir, I will be the only witness that will testify.
Can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, members of the board, and the protestants as well. I don't have any exhibits to display or anything like that. My opening statement is short and straight to the point, is that our organization has been existent in that building for over 100 years. And that part of that, we have already had a beverage license, which was already previously mentioned. It's the CX multi-purpose retailer license, which there are only 4, according to the investigators' report. There were only 4 establishments in that area that has that particular type of license. And of those 4, they're all for-profit organizations. We are a nonprofit organization. We're not selling beverages to for profit. We use that for our charitable activities, for raising funds for our charitable activities. Like I said, we've been in the building for over 100 years. We had a license before. The only reason that we have to reapply is because the previous license expired due to an oversight. So we had to go through this whole process once again. As it had already been mentioned, the last violation that was on record was, I believe, for noise, which was back in 2009. It's been over 13 years since then. While we had the license where there were no other infractions, and as an organization, we would like to be good neighbors, and I can't speak to 20 or 30 years ago, but I know right now that what we want to do is, because we, believe it or not, have the same concerns that that the community has when it comes to certain things like crime and overpopulation as well. Since we have a membership that spend time in that building, we are aware of the parking situation, which has changed over the years. So we are only asking to be allowed to, is not renew, but to be issued a new license to allow us to continue to raise funds for our scholarships and our charitable foundations. I mean, our charitable activities. And that's basically the gist of this. The majority of the usage of that space is for the membership and for charitable activities. That's what we use that space for. We periodically may lease it out on a daily basis, maybe 2 to 3 to 4 times a month, and use those funds towards to offset the cost of charitable activities. So, and we had spoke with the protestants, and I think part of the issue is that the relationship that should be maintained between our organization and the community hasn't always been the best. And as we continue to work on that, I don't see a reason why, or I don't see that having that license added or brought back to the facility would cause any additional infractions or any additional issues with the community. A lot of the complaints is not necessarily our organization, which I understand, it's the neighborhood as a whole. And that's basically what I wanted to present today. And I thank you.
Mr. Chauvin, do you have any questions you have of Mr. McCann's?
Well, yes, I want to concur with Mr. McCann. You know, we had several meetings, and we were working well towards not being here at the table today and hopefully finalizing a settlement agreement, because they're mostly simple operational issues. Mr. McGant has recently excuse me, the Prince Hall has recently appointed Mr. McGann as a strong figure to work with the community, and we're very happy to hear that, and we think things are in the right direction. Mr. McGann, I left a few things off of my PIF. You and I had agreed to a few things offline that I left off in a cursory sort of middle of the night manner. Would you mind if I raised them and we talked about 3 of the issues you and I were agreeing to? Is this appropriate time, Chairman, or is it?
No, sir. This. He presented your you're asking him questions about what he just said.
Right.
You can, when you present your case, you can tell us what is it that you want us to do and why you want to. So whatever you had raised with him, when you present your evidence, you can say, this is why I want this for these reasons. But so that's what you do. But this is just you asking him questions at this juncture, not about previous discussions that you had, because settlement discussions are not appropriate to raise in this forum. So we shouldn't be having conversations about settlement discussions or what we had discussed. So we can't have those discussions, but you can ask him any other questions you want to ask him.
All right. Well, anyway, thank you, Mr. McGann, for being here and for working with the community over the last, I think, couple months in discussions. Can you tell me, were you aware of the Howard University event that I raised a little earlier?
Yes, I was aware of that event.
And can you tell me a little bit about that event and, any details regarding that event? Just, not to belabor the point. I just, because these are the type of events that are the concern for the community. It's the several off, the 3 or 5 or 10 events that are not member events that are large, unwieldy, hard to manage. And so again, this is where our perspective is going to be. So that's why I asked you about that Howard University event. Can you just explain a little bit about what that event was and what happened, if you know of the investigation that might have come to the table?
I have no knowledge of any investigation or complaint, and nothing was brought to me. The event was a Howard University event that an individual leased the retail space, not retail, but the rentals, the ballroom space for a 7-hour period, 4 hours for the actual entertainment, 2 hours for setup, and 1 hour for breakdown. That we provided the proper security for that event. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not aware of any complaints or arguments, not complaints or infractions or anything.
Do you know whether there was alcohol served or brought by the, and do you know the number of people that were there and whether there was alcohol brought by them? Because I don't think you served, right? Because you don't have a license. Do you know about them bringing alcohol?
What we do is if they show up on the premise with alcohol, the security will have them throw away anything before they come into the building. The set up in the lobby area between the 2 inner doors, and they search every person that comes in and have them dispose of anything that they bring in from outside. We do not serve any alcohol at this current time. And the number of attendees for that particular event was limited to 300. I don't have the exact number of how many actually showed up.
All right, thank you for that. Just a few other questions. Can you repeat what were the problems operating in the past? You say, you think there were some operational issues. Do you know explicitly what those issues were? with respect to your operations, the complaints from the community. You and I have discussed them several times. I'm sure it's just a short, simple list. If you wouldn't mind iterating those.
The only thing I'm aware of is what I have heard. There's nothing on record or anything like that that I know of. I've been the vice president of the board for about 9 months now. And I really can't go back to what was going on prior. I don't have no firsthand knowledge of what was going on prior. It's just what I have heard from when we sat down and we discussed or talked about certain things that these complaints were, I guess, were made in the past that wasn't rectified, or agreements were made, or I'm not sure about all of that in the past. What I stated to you before is that our operations we are currently set up in a way to operate as efficiently and as towards the code as possible.
So I hear what you're saying, and I think we can agree that your leadership changes every 2 years. So sometimes it's hard to transition, and issues get lost or dropped during that transition. I mean, you're all volunteers. There's not a lot of expertise per se on managing a large operational facility that's an event facility in some regards. My question to you is, would you characterize that's been a part of the problem, that there's been every 2 years you have new leadership and management, so things might get dropped because of this change of leadership?
I don't believe it's necessarily that's an issue. And first of all, the leadership doesn't change every 2 years on the foundation. We are 3-year board members, and they're staggered. So there is a overlay of who's on the board at any given time of the 15 members. However, as far as the issue I see is not so much of the ball being dropped as it is the effective communication with the neighbors and the community along with the organization. I think that's where there's a lack of understanding of one of our structure, which we spoke about, and who should address the issues that the community has. And I don't think that was established, which has caused or led to the perception or the actual instance of not being able to communicate effectively to resolve any issues that may be between the organization and the community.
Thank you. I would mostly agree with what you're saying, and that's my recollection. Also, it's the lack of reporting, which I think, anyway, that's a conclusion to be drawn later. Sorry, I'm here to ask questions. So just one last question, and it's with respect to my prior question, and it is, the issues we've raised with you are about 5 or 6, and they are all pretty summarizable. Could you just list the problems that the community has raised with you over the last 2 months, or the entire, last 2, 5, 10 years in your operations that we want to further discuss with you, and that you understand are a source of problems or conflict? Can you just describe what those are for the board here?
I honestly think it would be better for you to describe them and let the board hear it, and I can respond to those particular issues to the best of my knowledge.
All right, that's I presume fair enough. However, it's not. It doesn't characterize the goodwill of our conversations, because you know what we talked about. So I'd appreciate hearing from you, but I'm happy to wherever that comes into play here at the proper time present those items. Thank you, Mr. McCann.
Thank you.
Mr. McCann, can you tell me about what is Prince Hall Free and Accepted Order of the Eastern Star Title Holding Company?
Okay, so the property we own on 1000 U Street, the corner of 1000 U Street, is deeded to the, well, it was deeded to a foundation. It was called the Prince Hall Freemason Eastern Star Charitable Foundation was the name of that organization. Just recently, we dissolved that organization, and this was on legal advice that we were given. We dissolved that organization and created two new organizations. One is a 501c3 and one is a 501c2. The 501c3 is still the Prince Hall Free and Accepted Masons Order of the Eastern Star Charitable Educational Foundation, but the title holding company is responsible for management of the real property. That's what the title holding company is. They're responsible for managing the property, for the maintenance, for all that, everything that deals with that particular property. Where the foundation, they own the 501c2, which is a title holding company, but the foundation is strictly to consolidate the charitable works of our fraternal organization.
I think you're missing the point, Mr. McCann. I'm looking at the notice that was sent out to the public. It says that the licensee is the Prince Hall Free and Accepted Order of the Eastern Star Title Holding Company. That's who, at the placard notice said that you are applying for an alcohol license. I'm asking, who is this entity that's asking for a license? And unless we got the name wrong, but the placard notice says the licensee is the Prince Hall Free and Accepted Order of the Eastern Star Title Holding Company, that they are the one who's requesting, who's applying for an alcohol license. So what is that organization that's applying for an alcohol license?
That is a 501c2 title holding company by IRS standards that is owned.
Mr. McCann, who are you? What are you? I mean, if the Palm restaurant comes and applies for a restaurant, I'm familiar with the Palm because the Palm is a fine steakhouse, I believe. Who are you? That's what I'm asking you. You're coming to me and applying for alcohol. I'm just telling you, tell me who you are. What do you do? Why should we give you an alcohol license?
The title holding company is the company that's responsible for managing the building. It's a company to manage the building. So
who's going to hold the license? Who's going to hold the license? Who owns the license? Who are we giving the license to?
The title holding company.
And what is it that you do?
They manage the building that's on 1000 U Street.
And what is it that you do, sir? Manage to do what? What is this? What is your organization? What is your organization? What's your organization, sir? Are you, let me ask you, are you a restaurant? Are you a bar? You're asking for CX. So what are you? I don't believe that's a difficult question, no, sir.
Right. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. It's the sole purpose of a title holding company is to hold real property for a 501c.
No, forget, sir. All right, take your hat off. What do you do? What is the purpose of your organization? And why? Who is? Wasn't it the title holding company? Whatever. What is the Prince Hall Free and what is it? What do you do? You said you're a charitable. What? Just tell me. Tell the public. What is it that what is it that you do, sir? You're a 501c3 corporation. To do what?
The 501c3 organizes the charitable activities.
Hold on, Mr. McCann. All right, and I'm all right. If I was to say to you, what is the Verizon Center? The Capital One Arena. What's the Capital One Arena? Are you familiar with the Capital One Arena, sir? All right.
I'm sorry, sir.
All right, are you familiar with Snacks Park, sir?
Yes.
What is the Snacks Park in your view? What is that?
It's a baseball stadium.
That's what I'm asking you, sir. What are you? Just tell me. Tell me what you do.
Right. I'm trying to tell you, there's three different entities. Which one do you want me to speak on? You have the
The
fraternal
one
body
who's
of Freedom.
applying, the one who's applying for the license, the one who we're giving the liquor license to.
The one you're giving a liquor license to is solely, only purpose it exists for. The only reason this title company exists is to manage the property that the charitable foundation owns. That is their only purpose.
And why do you need a liquor?
And
Why
being
do you
that-
need a liquor license?
Because we use our second floor of that property for raising donations for charitable activities.
But why do you need a liquor license?
Because it's part of, when we lease that area or when the membership uses that area, we can have the opportunity to serve beverages that we can use to increase the amount of donations we receive for our charitable activities.
So what type of, so who is it that you rent the space to?
We rent the space to, and it all depends, but it could be for personnel that want to do a wedding. We give it to the city for free. We don't charge the city when they come in to use it. We also use it for, like we just had the Howard University personnel that wanted to use it to have a party. We sometimes allow them to lease the space. There has been Sweet 16 parties. There's conferences. The lease space is we rent out to different organizations or different personnel that request to lease the space.
So how often in a typical month, how often would you lease a space?
3 to 4 times.
So tell me about security. What type of, if you have an event there, tell me about the security that your organization provides, or who provides security.
We have 2 security.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
Yes, we have 2 security vendors that we work with, and the ratio we use currently is 50 versus 1 security and 1 security officer. And we also determine, depending on the type of event, how many need to be armed and how many don't. So for a party like a Howard University event, we had more armed officers on the premise, just based on the type of event. If it's a wedding, we may not have as many armed security officers on the premise.
So how often does the membership would utilize? When would they? When, all right, so if you're not having a special event, in a sense, you're leasing the space. When is alcohol served?
Alcohol could be served. We can't do it now, obviously, but we just had one of our organizations had their cabinet meeting in that space. They wanted to serve alcohol, and I had to inform them that we have not received a license to serve alcohol. So they just had their event without. They do breast cancer awareness activities in there to raise funds for that. Leukemia activities where they raising funds to donate. We use that space as our charitable space to generate funds, and having the license will allow us to serve beverages, which we can charge for, which will also increase the amount of funds that we can use. The majority of that space, or the space is majority of the time used by our membership. I would say 25 out of 30 days is membership.
Any questions by any of the board members? All right, so what are the hours what are the hours of operation? I'm sorry, let me not ask a question that is on the placard notice. It says that the hours of operation are, it's closed on Sundays, Monday through Friday from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., Saturday from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., and that you're closed again on Sunday, but Monday through Friday, you would serve alcohol from 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. and from Saturday from 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. Is that correct? Those are the hours that you're asking for. So,
Yes, that's
all right, go ahead.
what's on the placard. Yes, that's what's on the placard.
Now, so tell me about what type of, how much trash is generated by your business, by your establishment generally?
Trash is not much generated. The only trash that's really generated is when events happen.
So how frequent do you have how frequent it is that you have trash pickup?
Trash pickup is scheduled for on a weekly basis. And then if there's an event, we schedule for a pickup after the event.
So generally you have trash pickup on a weekly event, but then weekly period, but if you have a specific event, how soon after the event is the trash picked up?
We try to schedule, we schedule before the event. A lot of times we know well in advance when events are happening. We schedule that following Monday. So if an event is happening on a Saturday, we're scheduled for pickup on that Monday.
Now, you mentioned before that you guys are concerned about the crowds on the area and all the other activities that are going on in the area. So how is it that you manage crowd control or you manage your customers?
Our customers, our patrons that use our facility, when they come in, they're checked by security. They come into our establishment. We provide the necessary security for them while they're inside our establishment. And once they leave, we make sure they exit in an orderly fashion. We clear our front area. And once we clear that area, then of course, when they get into the public space, we really have no or little control over what happens in the public space. We don't have no authority to push them out of public spaces.
All right. Any other questions by any of the board members?
May I?
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. If I
Hold on a minute, Mr. Grandis. Ms. Shan, you have your hand up. Mr. Chauvin is a designated representative, so he's the only one who can ask questions. So again, if you have questions at this juncture, you need to raise it with him. So please take your hand down, ma'am. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
If I followed your explanation of your organization, there are multiple entities, and the one that is requesting the license is one of those entities. Am I saying that somewhat correctly?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And if I understood what you said about this particular entity, it's basically, if I'm paraphrasing, it's the management component of the organization. It manages the building.
That's correct.
And do you all had you used in the past, or do you plan to use promoters? Because you're saying you're going to be not doing the events yourself, but that you are the management of the building that will rent, I guess, the space for these events. And so will you be renting to promoters?
We rent to individuals, not necessarily promoters. I guess I don't know what a classification for a promoter would be considered. I probably can answer better if that can be like established what is considered a promoter, and I can say, well, yes or no.
Well, I would say that you should talk to the licensing division about questions like that, but it seems like that is something I think you need to get an agency's, you're understanding the agency's position on that and who would be deemed a promoter, because the city has had a history of promoters taking over a space such as what you have and not having much regard for the public health and safety, not have much regard for the noise, not much regard for the trash pickup. So when you rent the space, or will you in the future, will someone on your staff be there during that event?
All events that we rent to third parties are managed by our staff. If we provide alcohol, it's going to be our bartenders. If they need, or they will have security, which they pay for, but we decide who that agency that provides the security
You
is.
provide the security. Okay, so
yes,
so basically, if this is a 4 a.m. event, you are planned in your management work that there are people who will be there the whole time. Like you said, the bartenders are yours, and they will be trained by ABCA.
That is correct, and the building curfew is 2 a.m. So regardless of what happens,
I read that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. They have to be out the building by 2 a.m.
You all will have security outside to move people along at that 2 a.m. because where you are, it's a very nightlife block and blocks around that. Does your organization support the DC Human Rights Ordinance?
That
should be an easy answer. That should be an easy answer, but
I would say yes.
Okay,
I just don't.
let me be
know
specific. Right now, around the country, you're having a lot of spotlight on drag performances. Will you all be allowing drag performances in your facility?
Mr. Grandis, I don't think that's an appropriate. The board cannot get involved in these type of. We cannot tell. We
Part of
can't.
the Human Rights Ordinance, and I think we're required to make sure our licensees comply with the Human Rights Ordinance.
This is not an appropriate question for us to ask a licensee, sir. Okay, that's not an appropriate question for us to ask a licensee. Okay, let's
want
move
all
on.
licensees to comply with the Human Rights Ordinance of DC.
And
I made that, and that's fine. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Okay.
Sir, you already have a security staff?
Yes, we use a third party vendor for all security, and we have a security staff for our internal organization as well.
Now okay, I thought you said it would be your employees, but what's this third party vendor? Can you help explain what that is?
We hire a security company to provide security. To them a third vendor. They're not part of the organization.
And how do you know what kind of security training they have?
They provide that information when they apply to be our security provider. They're a licensed company in the city of DC.
Well, you may want to explore what the regulations are regarding security details that the city requires and what kind of permitting or licensing or training that they have to be certified as a truly a security detail. And with that, I want to thank you. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to ask the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other questions from any of the board members? Mr. Chauvin, do you have any questions to ask Mr. McCants based on the questions that were just asked by the board?
Yes, with respect to security. There seems to be, it happens to be sort of a point of contention with what happens to 888 people when they leave the property. When the event ends, perhaps at 12, 1, or 2 on the weekdays and on the weekends, because that's the hours they're asking to operate under. Mr. McGann, was wondering if, I think you noted or you agree that crowds can be a problem as they leave your facility. And I think you've heard complaints from the neighbors regarding crowd noise and disturbances. What measures can you take? Because you know the two areas that we've asked for help. What measures do you think you can take forthrightly to ensure proper crowd control and what do you want to call it? Not disposition, but exiting the facility at the end of an event so that we reduce neighborhood impacts?
Well, the ingress and egress of the crowds into and out of the building, we control where we don't have like long lines outside the door. We try to get people in through security and process in as fast as quickly as possible. At the end of an event, we do the same thing. We make sure they exit the building and we disperse them from in front of our space that we're responsible for in front of the building. Now, I think the biggest contention is the African American Civil War Memorial area, which is, I mean, I don't know who owns that space, or the Metro is right there as well. That's considered either public space or city space. And we're limited to what controls we have for that space. We can disperse everybody, move them out of the building. And we have never had an event with over 600 people in that building. Although our certificate does allow us to have up to 888 people, we have a personal limit of how many people that space can actually hold safely. And I can guarantee, I can literally say within the last 4 years, not thinking about COVID, we haven't had a crowd larger than 400 to 500 people. And when they disperse, like I said, we move them out of the building and we disperse them from in front. Now, a lot of them leave and go to other venues because we shut down pretty early for that area. And they will leave out and they'll go to other venues. There are some that may go out into the African American Memorial area, but we don't have, we can't move them from a public space.
So to iterate a piece I've already said, and then a follow-up question, what measures can you take outside the door? And how can you enforce those? Because you don't have a security agreement. You don't have sort of an agreement with the community how security would be run or filed with ABCA, I don't think. So what measures can you, and for how long can you put people outside the front door to sort of, ensure there's no problems that develop? And is there any consideration you would help to at least monitor, I'll call it 888 people, because that's again what you're applying for, on the Civil War Memorial? Is there any way we could just sort of monitor that area for an hour after close to allow for calls to the police or the park police if there's problems that arise? And if there's any problem with either of those two activities?
Our security, once the building is cleared, the only people left in the building is our staff. And once the security disperse everyone, we release the security because, of course, that's something that we have to pay for. So once the crowd has been dispersed, we'll release the security. We will close out the building, remove all trash, whatever needs to be done. The staff will handle that, and then they'll lock the building up and depart for the evening. As far as that Civil War American area, that's public space, where even if we had 400 or 500 people leaving our building, I can almost guarantee you that the majority of the people that hanging out in that space doesn't necessarily come from our building and our events, because our events are very few to begin with. But you will always see people out in that area. what I recommend, and I think we spoke on this as well, is that we will be a part of the community when it comes to discussion with local law enforcement, Metro, Park Police, whoever, we can come to a community solution of how to manage that better. That's what we're willing to incorporate to be an active participant in the neighborhood.
All right, and so lastly, I think you've said everything I needed, but you did bring up the point that you only have a maximum number of allowable occupants for safety reasons, and it's some internal number. Is there any reason we can't act upon the license with that internal number so that we could just be under, a better understanding about there's not going to be 888 people, streaming out at 2 a.m. Sunday morning and badly acting in front of the property and on the and on the memorial, because it sounds like you're not going to ever have those people. What's the number that you are going to have, because it's based on your analytics and your safety measures and your protocols? Can you use that number on the application?
We will prefer to use the number that the occupancy certificate offers, but I can assure you that we have never had, and we don't intend to have anything above the number that we hold internally on personnel in that room, in that building.
And you said that number is 600.
I did not say that was the number. I said we haven't had anything over 400 to 500 in the past 4 years.
All right, thank you.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Chauvin?
No.
Mr. McCann, do you have anything else you need to say, or do you rest?
I rest. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, it is 3:21. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back on the record at 3. Yes, sir.
Quick question. Is Miss Shan, is she up next? Because I think she might have some duties in the office.
Yeah, you're gonna call her next, sir. So that's why we're
Okay.
taking a 10-minute break, and as soon as we come back, then it's your case. So you're gonna call your witness, and then
Okay.
you can do whatever you need to do. So it's 3:21. So we'll come back on the record at 3:30. You don't need to log off. Just turn your video off and put your microphone on mute. So
Thank
we're
you.
off the record until 3:31. We're back in the record. All right, we're back in the record. Mr. Chauvin, this is if you want to do a brief opening statement and then you can call your first witness, sir. That's your opportunity. That's your opportunity.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few minutes here, as I should have given at the top of the hour before we started today. To be precise, our neighborhood is here today at the table, predominantly, if not fully, to address the Prince Hall leased or rental events, which have in the past, and without adoption of a set of simple and common sense operating conditions, are likely to adversely affect the community going forward. This important distinction must be iterated. It is not the Prince Hall members and their regular meetings and celebrations for which we are here today. The community impacts from 888 persons who may be renting this space is the reason we are here today. As the ABCA board was apprised on September 14th, alcohol moratorium hearing for the North Shaw and 9th Street neighborhood, our community is under a tumultuous storm and a challenging set of circumstances. There is an overconcentration of taverns, which operate as nightclubs, exacerbating or contributing to adverse impacts, which have all but destroyed residential livability, both in the adjacent RF1 residentially zoned properties, but also for many, and some would say most, in multifamily homes within the mixed-use zoning. DC crime and public safety is deepening, and all city officials and regulators are asked to do their small part to help reverse this overwhelmed condition, where many residents are openly and widely discussing leaving DC for their safety and that of their family. Residential peace and order, including public safety, including overcrowded streets and sidewalks and dangerous bad public behavior and violence, are nightly operating facts which have unbalanced the commercial and residential interests, now severely in favor of taverns, nightclubs, and nighttime economy that stands unchallenged and is not being addressed. September 14th hearing recorded video testimony of out-of-control behaviors and conditions. These out-of-control behaviors and conditions existing in the neighborhood, including dancing on moving cars, 60-person street brawls, dozens of shootings, stabbings, and robberies in front of homes, as well as many shootings and stabbings, both within licensed applications or establishments, as well as in front of them, often between patrons. In this situation, and articulated in September 14th hearing, our police staffing, which is at a 50-year low. During this hearing, an MPD 3D district captain, when asked by an ABRA board member, was not able to agree that there are enough police to manage the alcohol licensed establishments which are currently operating in North Shaw and in U Street. The police servicing area, PS 305, which includes the Prince Hall premises, continues to have the citywide highest number of property and violent crimes reported in the district. It is in this neighborhood context that our community calls on ABCA to adopt 8 simple protocols which will help reduce Prince Hall's impacts by adopting simple guidelines and procedures and limitations with respect to crowd control, noise, trash, and community communications and operating hours. Now more than ever, the community here depends on each effort made with respects to each licensee application and license renewal. Thank you very much.
All right, so do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
Yes, Ms. Tanya Shand.
Ms. Shand, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You're a witness, sir.
Good morning or good afternoon, Tanya. You've been a resident of this neighborhood living directly across from the Prince Hall. Could you describe how long that's been and directly across, right?
Yes, since 2001.
All right. And have there been any complaints about Prince Hall operations? And if so, what are they?
Well, we've had a lot of experience with the Prince Hall Masons. They do rent to promoters. When the large crowds come out into the street or leave their building, they come out, hundreds of them, whether it's 600 or 800, it's still hundreds that come out into the neighborhood. And they're lingering. At some point, these cars, they don't care about, and this is the general public too, but they don't care about parking because they will just park by the fire hydrant or wherever they park, whether or not we have residential or no residential, and there's no control. We have neighbors, as we're going through this process, talking about the trash. People just literally drop stuff where they leave it, where they stand. So we don't need to ask questions because we have had a long history and experience dealing with the Masons and the outcomes of when they have these large parties and promoters having folks come into the neighborhood. And particularly this going on during the week. I know Mr. McGant says, you know, it's only 3 or 4 times a month and he may be good to deal with, but how are you going to have that Monday through Thursday, have them have the ability to have all of these folks coming into the street, noise and trash? And I would like to add that the fact that they do change membership, you're on a board, you can come off a board, is also problematic because there's no long-term person that you can point to. I mean, I've dealt with the Masons, I've talked to their head person. We had an agreement with the Masons on another subject, and when it came time to fulfill that agreement, the Masons ignored it. Now, this wasn't any old agreement. It was with zoning, ANC, WNA, the Masons. And the guy, the head was just like, well, that wasn't me. I signed the agreement, you know, whoever signed it back then, but now we're not honoring it. So not only do we have experience with the noise, my bedroom is up here, I can hear the music from my bedroom window. We have experience with that. That's real. We have experience with them not living up to an agreement. That's real. We have experience with the trash. That's real. We have experience with folks coming out the building and lingering in the street, hundreds. That is real. And this sanitized version of what is supposed to happen, we already know.
All right, thank you. Let's see. So with respect to noise that may enter your home from Prince Hall, likely rental events, leased events, or live DJs that include live DJ and recorded music, would you describe the reason that the noise was coming into your home? Is that due to open window facilities over there? Or is it lack of sound insulation or other sound mitigating improvements maybe that haven't been undertaken? Can you describe what you think the cause of this noise is?
I don't know. I cannot say when I look out that their windows are open. I know that it's loud enough for me to get up and dance to the music in my bedroom. I can do that. So I can only assume from that that they don't have any kind of soundproofing or sound mitigation in the building. And they're at one corner and I'm at the other corner. So it's not even like you walk, I'm at literally at the other end of the block across the street. So if you think of the Grimke building, I'm the one house that's on the other side of the Grimke building. So I can hear their music from that distance in my bedroom. And that is going to happen at 2 in the morning, possibly Monday through Thursday, really?
And it seems like, you hold some opinions, Tanya, about with several neighbors that you would like to be less disturbed during the week. Is that unreasonable? Maybe, how often do you need late night music events during the week? It seems like you would prefer reduced operating hours, at least during the week, maybe 12 o'clock or so. Is that reasonable?
Quite frankly, Mr. McGantz has already said they are doing it for 3 or 4 times during the month. Why do we need another venue open Monday through Thursday, serving alcohol to hundreds of people, given not only what we already know about the Masons, but what is going on literally a block away on 9th Street? Someone has to have some kind of sense of what it is to live in this neighborhood and address the issues and not compound them. So as far as I'm concerned, okay, they want a liquor license Friday, Saturday. I mean, saying that they're just, they disperse outside of their door and, whatever happens when they come out of the African American Civil War Memorial, whatever happens if they come down the street and they're parked here and make noise, is that really supposed to endear me to particularly what I know, to saying that that's okay? From what I'm hearing, I am not hearing anything different since I know and have experienced it than what has happened before. What's the difference? The only thing that I have learned is that we have to do a better job. I'm shocked that there's no complaints. Shocked. What we have to do a better job now is really call 2 or 3 people and document how we can, if it's not going to get to the investigators, so that we're not sitting here talking about there's no complaints. How is that possible? So we have to do it. So that's what I've learned. We have to do a better job of documenting this, because there is trash, there is noise, there are people loitering the streets in the wee hours of the morning, and now you want to make that during the week. And they have a history of not abiding by agreements. Fact. All facts.
Thank you. Let's see here. I have just a few more questions, not to be repetitive. We've noted that the Prince Hall has very limited parking spaces around the facility, if almost none. Highlighting this lack of parking availability was made pronounced by the Mayor's Nightlife Task Force in July of 23, where the Mayor's Nightlife Task Force ticketed 1,391 tickets, parking violations within this area and U Street, and towed 92 cars. And in conclusion, that's 300 illegally parked cars per weekend on average in this area. Is that your experience? Do you know when the facility is operating, and that we can attribute some of the parking violations to the Prince Hall?
I mean, yes, they have there's members that come in and park during the week, but then also, of course, on the weekends. And when we were trying to work with the Masons, I personally tried to see if they could get parking, which their patrons could park if they worked out an agreement with the Housing Finance Agency. So, because they have a big parking garage behind them. So there have been attempts to try and work, and for whatever reason, I don't know if it was too far or what. I mean, it's a block and a half where the Housing Finance Agency on U Street, to see if we could encourage them to park at that location. So if you're going to have the folks come, hopefully only on Fridays and Saturdays, then try and make accommodations, because we want to be able to park in our front of or near our homes Like when you drive out to Maryland and Virginia, you get to park and you're go. We would like that as well.
All right, thank you.
Work out some agreements.
Are you aware of Prince Hall's leasing documents at all, and whether they ask the leased or event organizers to communicate with their attendees that parking's limited, and attendees are urged to take public transportation, use taxis, ride sharing apps, or walk? Are you aware of any part of the agreement where they notify or communicate with their lessees and their patrons?
I don't know an agreement, and if there is, they're not listening.
Let's see, I'm sorry, two more and I'll be quick. Let's see, trash disposal is not picked up. There's been several complaints in the record for this hearing about trash in the alley. And we're under the understanding that there is 1 day trash pickup or ad hoc trash pickup per event. However, there's been rodent infestation to attributed Prince Hall trash that has lingered and stayed in the alley. Are you aware of how often they clean back there? And I should have asked Mr. McCann this, because it really does require daily cleaning, to ensure that it's picked up back there, and things that are hauled and placed there by accident need to be picked up. And I'm not sure that takes place. Are you aware of their attention to that area?
No, I am not aware that it's attended to. I mean, obviously where we live, even in front of my house, we have to pick up trash on a regular basis. It can't be 2 and 3 days later. And out of the 36 protesters that signed, they are now real time complaining about trash at the Masons building. And we're undergoing this process. So we're not even saying folks are being on their best behavior now while we're considering this. So it's U Street. We have to pick up trash every day to make sure that we have a decent, respectable front of our home. So I can only imagine what the neighbors are going through with the alley back there, and trash coming, Saturday, Monday, 2 days later.
All right, and then lastly, let's see, quickly, U Street, including North Shaw, has residentially zoned components, and residents can often become overwhelmed by overcrowding due to the concentration of liquor licenses. There are some occasions where neighborhood is not even aware whether exterior crowds and associated nuisances may result are from Prince Hall or not. Since Prince Hall is not a regular multi-use facility or club where events are widely posted, would a weekly front door notice posted on Prince Hall events help the community in better understanding and address problems when Prince Hall is holding a rented or leased space event?
Yes, that would be helpful. I think, and I know personally because I have tried to work, and I have a neighbor down the block that has tried to work with the Masons. But this is where we live. This is where our kids live. And there has to be regular and serious attention to what is happening in this part of DC with 9th Street and with the Masons. They do good things, and that's not to take away from the good things that they do. But as neighbors who are not proficient in renting out when these promoters are doing these things, they don't have the tools. So we need some tools, and we need enforcement, because if there's an agreement and they don't do these things, how do you all adjust it? How do you all address what's happening? So what I hear is what happened before is going to happen now, though there may be an agreement, but then who is going to enforce those things? So yes, it would be great to know that folks are going to be coming into the neighborhood and so forth. But when they do, who is the one that, if they don't do what they're supposed to do, then what?
All right. Thank you. I appreciate your attention and help and orchestration as a representative on this group of 36 individuals from the neighborhood who share your complaints and concerns, and also knowing the distinction between the good works of the Masons and some problems we're having with the rental space, which is predominantly why we're here at the table today. So thank you, Tanya. And with that, I will ask for a point of clarification as I'm wrapping up that piece, Chairman.
All right, you have questioned her, so now Mr. McCanns will have an opportunity to cross-examine her, and the board will have an opportunity to cross-examine, to ask questions of her, and then I'll give you another opportunity to ask her follow-up if you need clarification. So, Mr. McCanns, do you have any questions of Ms. Sand?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. I have a couple questions. I mean, you mentioned a lot of allegations and your personal opinion on the organization. And I think a lot of the characterization of the organization, I don't personally agree with, being a member for over 30 years, and not just in DC, but in other states. And I think a majority of it is maybe there's a lack of communication, and it could be on our side, it could be on your side, but there's a lack of communication of the organization and the community. So that's number one. Number two, my question is, are you 100% sure that the noise that you hear as far as music is the Prince Hall organization coming from that building? And if so, do you hear music from other organizations that are in that area, like bars and anything like that?
Okay, so I'm not characterizing the organization, with the exception of the fact that they did break an agreement. That's a fact. Go downtown and you can look at that. The city had to come and close the parking lot. So that is a fact that they did not adhere to the agreement. Now, as it pertains to the noise, yes. If you look at our block, there may be, you got to come around here. There's Service Bar. They're not having loud music and things, and that's at the corner opposite you guys. It's not State Farm or the Chinese chicken wing restaurant that's across on the other side of you. It is your building on the upper floor that loud music is coming from. Everybody else, there's residents down here. So if you want to come out and look at literally what is around us to see if those facilities could be making loud, you will see that it is not them. And because they're not having promoters come in and having that kind of music that I could hear a block away in my bedroom window. So come out, let's walk in, let's look.
And that kind of goes along with what I say, the lack of communication and community engagement. As far as promoters, what is your definition of a promoter?
When a third party rents out a space and then however they collect I don't even want to say that it's a collection of money, because it doesn't necessarily have to be, but they put on a party that people paid for, maybe online or whatever they do. They come into the space, they play the music, and then they leave. And when I'm saying that it's not of a lack of communication, it's happening. So I can communicate to you that this is happening, but if nothing is done about it, then that is real, right? So all of us are talking here all day long. You're well communicated with because but if it happens, that's real for us that night when that music or whatever is happening.
Okay. And because of our conversation, once again, engaging with the neighbors, we have put in place a 1 p.m. stop on all music. The music will stop at 1 p.m. And that was a change from previously. So we with engagement, I think we can work towards making the community experience better. Because as I mentioned before, we also own property right on that block as well. So we have tenants that we're responsible for. When I say we, I mean the Masonic Fraternal Organization owns property that has tenants. So we worry about our tenants just as much as you worry about what's going on in your neighborhood. And they probably live as close to that Civil War memorial as anyone in the neighborhood.
I know, Mr. McCants. I've talked to some of your tenants. That is a whole nother story. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I've spoken to some of them.
Okay. As far as the parking, once again, our organization has seen the change of parking over time. And you mentioned, yes, we did. I remember we did have a parking lot. I didn't know the history behind why it was closed. I know it wasn't zoned for that area. So that's what I thought it was closed for.
Well, but the same the same thing happened, like how you missed the light, you're expired. What happened again? This is why I talk about continuity of governance. It expired, and that's how it ended up. It expired, and you all wanted to make it bigger. So that's how we ended up kind of knowing and getting involved. So the governance issue is also a real piece, because just like your liquor license, which you value, it slipped. So that's why we're having this conversation.
All right. Well, we would have had to reapply regardless, because we changed we dissolved the previous organization. So we would have had to apply again regardless.
It is what it is, but that's an issue.
As far as the trash, all our trash is maintained on our property. We have a lot that it's encased on all sides by either masonry or metal, like a metal fence area. And then the only time we bring the trash out is on trash day or the night before trash day. So the trash in the alley is a shared space. There are residents in the alley. There's other organizations that butts into that alley. How are you sure 100% that the trash or the complaint was totally our organization? I'm just trying to figure out how, because like I said, we only bring it out for trash day or the night before trash day. So how is our trash in the alley beyond that time? I'm just trying to figure that out.
I cannot say 100%. This is what I can say, right? I can say that, and this is not your fault. People loiter on the property, right? And they have lunch there. They do different things. That is not your fault. But if I go and walk down, just go to U Street, and I come back the next day and I walk there and I see that same piece of trash there, that tells me that someone that owns the property has not walked around to clean it up. So while I can't speak about the alley, I can speak about, just as a general resident, I can tell that someone is not walking the site, and whether it's blown there or whatever it is, when it's out in front of my house, I don't care whether it's blown there or whatever. We got to clean it up. Okay, so my husband does, really, but it has to be cleaned up. So it's the same thing with anybody's property.
All right. So just to be clear, when you say loitering on a property, you're talking about the African American Memorial area? That's where you see people at?
The flower beds.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That side of the building. Okay. And my last.
Can I just say that also applies to graffiti?
Yeah.
You know, there's a graffiti on my property. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to clean up that graffiti. Graffiti on your property, that's graffiti on your property. I don't even know when or if you all decide to remove that. That's particularly on the Vermont Avenue side and that like gray panel section right there or on your building. You know, Mr. McGants, I'm not trying to be hard about it. I'm just saying these are facts. And I think why it is that I own this home, so I am on it. When you don't have that steady flow of people that are there and monitoring, and I don't know, I'm just using that maybe as that's why, but it's a fact. That graffiti will hang out on your property and not a thing will be done about it.
Yeah, as far as the graffiti is concerned, I am aware of that. We have had graffiti removed from the building before, especially when we had a scaffolding up when we was repairing the roof.
Up
People
there,
would climb
yes.
up there and paint. Right, so we're aware that we do our best to remove it. Part of the issue with our building is the facade of it is a certain sandstone that you can't blast off of graffiti, and that's a whole different issue. But we are aware of that, and we are attempting to remove what's on our property. And
Appreciate it.
we have the same issues that you have when it comes to graffiti and people quote unquote tagging our property. And then last but not least, the weekly notice. I don't have an issue with putting that up, but sometimes that may increase the number of people that want to attend an event. They walk by and they see that and they're like, oh, I'm gonna find out how I can come out and attend. So it may do the opposite of what you're trying to do. But I mean, that's a discussion we can have. And that's all I have. So thank you, ma'am, and thank you, board chair.
Thank you, Mr. McGants.
Ms. Shan, you said you have lived on the block since 2001, is that correct? And although I know, and this is an application for a new license, but this establishment had a license before. And this building entity had this building, there was a license at this building before. And you've stated that there's been a noise problem, but in looking at their history, there's only been one substantiated noise, as testified by the investigator. That was like from, I think, 2009. So have you contacted our agency to complain about noise that's coming from this establishment, and what response, if any, have you received?
Right, and I think that's a fair question, but I would never have really associated the Masons with Abra at the time, Abra. I mean, because I think of them as more like clubs and restaurants, and really would not have said, oh, for me personally, that's Abra is the folks that I need to call to get this addressed. But now that I'm understanding this, and I'm going to let the neighbors know, just because the Masonic the building looks like an office building, that yes, if you have a liquor license, then you need to call ABCA. And I'm going to ask them when I send out the next email, not only call ABCA, call others, so everybody has a record in case it slips or someone says, oh, don't worry about it, I took care of it. Because now there is no way if there was a record, at least of calling the police, yes, there would have been records of that. But if that is not something you can take into consideration, well, we stand alerted and informed now that we will make sure that we call you.
Hold on a minute. I see I believe in the investigative report, the investigator reported, I think, call for service for that. Not leave it because he said that he couldn't tie any of the calls to this establishment. Now, so how often are you're talking about the noise you're hearing, how often are you hearing it coming from this facility?
Well, I have not The Masons, as far as I can tell, have not had those kind of 300 people, 400 people promoter parties in that space, because I have not heard anything recently. So, and again, I'm a block away, so I have not, if they've had, you know, those kind of parties when I was hearing it every weekend, now, then I have to admit, maybe they put some soundproofing in, but, and Mr. McGann can say if they've had those large parties with people spilling out recently, but I haven't heard anything.
So when was the last time you can recall hearing noise specifically coming from this facility, this music and large amount of people coming out?
Okay, I would have to say maybe a couple months.
In a couple of months, I mean, they don't have that. They don't. I think their liquor license expired in 22, over a year ago. So therefore, they are, at least they were not able to sell and serve alcohol in their space since the expiration of their. I'm not saying they're not able to have a party. I'm just
Well,
saying
that's what
that
I'm
they
saying. You asked me
were.
about noise. I don't know if they're alcohol or no alcohol.
I know, but I'm just asking. That's what I'm just asking. I'm just saying to you that since their license expired in 22, for this entire 23, as far as we're concerned, they couldn't sell or serve alcohol in their facility unless they had a caterer or someone like that. So that's why I'm just trying to find out from you, when is the last time, when did you hear all this noise coming from their facility or people spilling out in the front? But let me say it this way. Under the old license, when is it? Because I know you talk about, you said you're listening through your window, you're hearing all the noise. So tell me, when is it that you're hearing this? Is this pre-COVID? So when were you hearing all this noise?
Is it pre-COVID? I mean, that's a good question in terms of, okay. So there's some noise, like, for example, on the plaza, they have had folks doing some exercise stuff on the plaza. And that is a noise that happens like up until 7 o'clock or whenever they do their thing, their exercise, whatever they do, that's loud. But the evening, so when I'm talking about mostly would be after midnight, you know, when you're trying to go to sleep. So those are the hours that I'm talking about, late night, early morning. And I would say, in terms of, I can't say it's spilling out in the last couple of months, but the noise from, I don't know who they're renting it to, but there are people that are playing loud music. Let me say that, whether or not they have an alcohol license. And I would say that was a couple months ago. I do not know. I cannot say that it's been every single weekend. I cannot say that, but I can say that noise comes out from that upper level that I can hear in my bedroom, if that makes sense. Whether or not they have a liquor license.
All right. All right. Any questions by any other board member? Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm sort of confused as well as a follow-up to the chairman's question, because I don't believe there's been any testimony today that there's been an event in there since that license expired. What I'm hearing is that residents are being bothered by late night noise that may be coming from this space, but I had not heard any testimony that there's been any events in that space since their license expired on weekends. So do you have any knowledge
Well, you have to ask Mr. I mean, I cannot believe you can have a party in there that doesn't have alcohol. We just talked about Howard University had a
But we
party
haven't
there.
heard that. But that's a possibility, but we haven't heard any
No, they
testimony.
did. Howard did have a party in that space. Ask Mr. McGants.
Okay, and that's Howard Homecoming, I'm assuming. And I'm not saying that's correct. I'm just saying Howard had an event.
Mr.
And as far
McGants,
as
you can have the space is a big space.
yes,
And
I
if
know the
I
space.
wanted to rent it out, I'm presuming that I could rent it out without, like, let's say my daughter, she's 15. We're not going to have alcohol, but I could still rent out their space and have a party and play music there and serve.
I understand. I understand, but other than what you were saying about this one event, which should not disturb neighbors. I am not on. We all are very concerned that neighbors should not be disturbed by any of our licensees when you're in your home, flat out. But I don't know if there's been testimony that there's been ongoing events in that space, that the noise that residents may be hearing, which is really, you're hearing it in your place, may not be coming from that building. But, you know, this one event is one event since what, 2022. So I'm not challenging you that you're not being bothered. We're very concerned about that. But we need to be sure when we make decisions that where the sound is coming from is truly from the applicant or the renewal applicant or a new licensee. So I'm just saying,
Okay.
I would like some help. Other than that, Howard, I'm not saying that was correct and they should bother you, but that's one event since 2022. And we don't want to restrict an applicant if, in fact, they're not the ones causing the disturbance from 2022 till now.
Okay, I understand that. And in all fairness, I did say that it was a couple months ago. I said that I cannot say that I've heard that every weekend if we're talking about now. What I can say is that when they had a liquor license, and I also said when it was with the promoter, so that may be a difference in terms of what the promoter might use to play music versus a birthday party.
Yes.
There is no question that music is coming from their building. Like I said, there is if you come out here and look to see where else it could be coming from, I don't hear anything coming from Nellie's. I can maybe people over there. I don't hear anything coming from the Brixton across from there. We have they take up the whole half of that block. Now that building takes up, and what's across the street from them? State Farm, and like I said, the Taylor. The Taylor is not having parties at 2 a.m. playing loud music. Even the corner right up here is an office, is a house that's an office. The minority something where they just had the seafood people shut down. Yes. And it's the school. So if you're going to present that argument to me and say it could be from who else is it? I can see and hear it coming right from that building. But if you don't believe me, come out here and say which of these buildings could possibly be playing music at 2 a.m. that loud.
Well, I will tell you, I believe you. I want you to know that, okay? And I'm a resident. All of us are residents, and you have a right to not be disturbed in your property. Let me ask you a different question. One of the things we've heard today is that when there is an event in that building, because it is large and they can have several hundred people, you are testifying that parking is at a premium when there are no events, but it becomes impossible when there are events. Is that something that we take away from this hearing, that parking is a big concern when they have events?
Yes. Now, as Mr. McGann said, parking has changed because we have tried to, with various, you can park only, residential only on one side of the street.
Yes.
We've tried that. I'm finding that nobody cares, because I guess if you want to go to a party, you'll park in front of the fire hydrant because you don't want to miss the party and you'll pay the bill later. So yes, but I am saying that if we're going to have these parties, then look at some of the things, like I said, whoever the head of it was back then, we were like, what about the housing finance agency? Maybe you can say or get valets that when people come, they can park in that structure. I don't know how real that is, but okay, we're going to have these things hopefully only on Fridays and Saturdays, but then you have to do something.
Yes.
You can't just say, I'm bringing 600 people into a neighborhood that is not okay.
With the place having been closed, I'm assuming you're saying that parking is still a problem.
It's
exacerbated when they are open. Is that what you're parking
That's
is
correct.
just a problem?
It's a problem.
And this exacerbates it when they
And
are
it's even worse because when the parking is already filled, then people really start they will park anywhere, period.
I want to thank you for taking the afternoon or the day that you've
I
taken.
had to take off from work. Oh my goodness.
And I want to we thank you for that. And we have a lot of respect for your presentation. So I want to thank you for taking the time that you have. Thank you. Mr. Chairman,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. McCann, do you have any questions of Ms. Shands based on the questions that were asked by the board?
I do not.
Mr. Chauvin, do you have any redirect questions of the witness?
I do not.
Ms. Shands, thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go if you so desire. You can wait or you can stay. Okay. Thank you very much. Do you have another witness you wish to call, sir?
No, but I'd like to make some remarks on some of the points and a discussion on some settlement agreement pieces that we previously discussed. How would I do that?
We can't talk about settlement agreement. We can't talk about that in this hearing. So,
well, points of consent that I missed from the PIF, presenting on the PIF.
Hold on, sir. Settlement discussions cannot be brought up at this hearing. The only way, if you said consent, if at the beginning of the hearing, that the parties had stated that these are some mutual agreement. Remember when I'd asked you earlier, both parties had agreed to renew the license. So if you had said to me, if both parties said to me, we have agreed, we're stipulating to this. And so if both parties say to me that we have stipulated to these agreements, then we will renew the license, whatever stipulation that the parties have, then that would be attached to the license. But if since the parties did not present to the board stipulations to say we both agree to these, then the board, I cannot listen to that. You can argue to say this is what you want the board to do, but it cannot be presented as stipulations, as agreement, because both parties would have to jointly tell the board that we have agreed to these conditions.
Well, there's 3 points that we agreed to, and I think Mr. McCann and I could just disclose those without.
As I said before, if the parties want to put together stipulations to say we have agreed to this and we have agreed to attach this to the license, then the board will do that. But the board cannot accept one-sided. You can say to me, this is what you want us to do, but you cannot say to me that this is an agreement unless Mr. McCann's, as stated, also state on record that I agree to these stipulations on my license.
So is there any quick method by which we can consent to agreement after this hearing as a follow-up?
You can Mr. Chauvin, the board will listen and the board will make a decision. Because it's a new license, the board has 60 days to issue the decision after this. If prior to the board issuing a decision, if you guys come to us with a settlement agreement, we won't make a decision because we'll just put our decision aside. And because the parties have said, okay, here's a settlement, we've settled the matter. This is what we've agreed to. The board will, of course, will of course approve the settlement agreement. But so I'm saying is that so after we have presented today, if the parties still want to talk and if the parties believe that, I don't know what the board is going to do. So to be safe, let's sign a settlement agreement. You sign that, give it to the board. Of course, we will. But after this case is over, we're going to issue a decision in 60 days. And 60 days, it's because this is a new license. So we have to, by law, have to issue a decision. And well, we will have to issue the decision in 60 days. And the decision that the board will issue is, yes, the license is going to be renewed. And based on what we hear today, the license will be issued. And based on what we hear today, then the board will state whether or not we will attach any conditions on the license. So that's what all of the testimony that we're hearing today is to determine whether or not we're going to attach any conditions to the license. But as I stated before, if you guys decide that you want to talk and you want to settle this matter, if you give us this decision, if you give us settlement agreement, as I said, we have to issue a decision within 60 days. If Monday you give us a settlement agreement, of course the board will consider it, and then we will not make a decision. Okay.
Then one more, I'm sorry to belabor this. I'm not very experienced as folks.
Yep, you have been doing a great job so far, Mr. Chauvin. I'm not gonna take that from you. Okay, you have been doing a great job so far. Okay, I know that we have some conversation, but I'm not gonna buy you're not experienced. Okay, you have been doing a great job in presenting, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Well, my question is, could I have called myself, or can I call myself as a witness?
Yes, you can do that, sir. You can call yourself as a witness as Mr. McCandid. I'm going to swear you in. You can say whatever you want to say, but then Mr. McGanns will have an opportunity to cross-examine you, and the board will. So yes, if you want to call yourself as a witness, let me know, and I'll swear you in.
Yes, I would like to do that, please. Thank you.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. So remember, everything that you testified to now, Mr. McGanns will have an opportunity to cross-examine you, and the board also. Okay, go ahead.
All right. I tried to make the point during review of the inspector's report that it's quite difficult to understand several processes, and understanding how the board reviews matters. And of particular import here is I'm not understanding why there's not more of a statutory requirement or a delineated requirement for inclusion of specific items in that inspection report, because the inspector and I went back and forth on several matters. And I think it's quite important to know that this building is contiguous, touching and joining upon, I think it is 30, either 29 or 35 single family RF1, single and double family RF1 zoned housing units. That's an important matter that should be raised, and the board must understand and take into consideration. And it should be on the record in the report. It's not, I'm bringing it to the table. Across the street where Ms. Shan lives, there's another 10 RF1 housing lots. And that's not, I mean, so we're talking about adjacent 31 or 37 housing lots that are RF1, contiguous to the Prince Hall, and across the street 10. But both of these areas turn into and run on hundreds of RF1 zoned housing lots and units. And there seems to be a difficulty in determining how the effects on these RF1 zones, what effects determine overconcentration of licenses, and what matters under the code are of import when they affect RF1 housing. I know we have 4 appropriateness standards, maybe 5 that one seems never to be used as a club, as a nightclub, and a tavern that applies for a license has their own set of merits, which for some reason the ANC never invokes and we never invoke in my community. But there's about 4 appropriateness standards. And so in order to prove these, we seem to be in the dark and at the mercy of the facts on the record, but also as the analytics and the production of reports by ABCA. And so my point being here that overconcentration, isn't dealt with to serve my community. Overconcentration, which affects my community every day, is not dealt with forthrightly by the code and or by policy and or testaments and statements by protestants in a way that I can learn anything from. I cannot look at your 10 years and say, this is how you've dealt with all of these overconcentration issues. Your inspector does not take into effect the overconcentration issues. He doesn't analyze them. So nobody knows what the board takes into consideration when it comes to overconcentration. There's no analytics available. There's 2 provisions in the 300-page code that state here is overconcentration. If there is, you can use it. And here's the definition. It means too many things or too many adverse impacts that affect the residences. Other than that, we're at the will of a very ambiguous set of governing standards that I need applied here, more appropriate, not more appropriately, but more mathematically, deciduously, contemplatively, so that we can learn what is that standard. Because right now, my neighborhood has an overconcentration problem, and we have lost our rights to residential respect of our enjoyment of our homes in a way that you don't understand. I mean, that was made clear to you in a September 14th hearing, a moratorium hearing. But we've only looked at one block with that moratorium hearing. However, if you look at 600 feet around that point in the moratorium here, there's 52 licenses, 31 of which are taverns, who are the worst perpetrators of the events. Around Mr. McCann's facility, there's 72 licenses. What's overconcentration? Is it number of taverns? Because we know those are the worst offenders to equal rights, commercial and residential rights. We know those are the worst offenders, but what are we looking at? What's making up your analytics here? And I'm looking forward to that analysis, that deep analysis in your board order, because we are lost in a conundrum of inability to enjoy our residential rights as made clear in the moratorium. And I've never said it on the record at the moratorium because we were threatened by our council member to not look at the 600-foot radius moratorium from the point 1914 9th Street. We were threatened by her revocation of her support for the moratorium if we went out the 1900 block, which is what we eventually applied for, because my neighbors were so fearful that if we don't at least get that, then we have lost everything. We need to at least get that. But the impact is greater. And I'd like this board to consider that there is in the code and in your practice, since the code was enacted 25 years ago, there's a broad sphere of activity around this club, around the operations of Prince Hall, but around taverns and 9th Street, and that it should be more broadly looked at. So I'm just looking for that analysis, and I appreciate your hearing my platform today on more moratorium stuff. Mr. McCann, I know it's not mostly your folks that are the tavern folks, but just the operation of the lease space and their effects on the community is all we want to work together to reduce. And if that can be helped by a finding of overconcentration somehow, because I haven't seen the board analytics on this, I'd love to have some, legal review of that in that order on how overconcentration might be affecting our problems in the 1800 in the L locality section or portion of my neighborhood. But anyway, I'm done there. I didn't do very well on that. I'm sorry for elongating, but overconcentrate is so important, and I thank you for your time on this. And Mr. McCann, I look forward to more conversations and getting forward to what we can get done in the community, because I know that we were almost there except for the hours. So we're almost there except for the hours.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chauvin. Mr. McCann, do you have any questions of Mr. Chauvin?
No questions, but I do want to make a statement that
this is not, and you're going to get an opportunity to wrap up. This is if you have any questions you want to ask of him.
No questions at this time.
Any questions by any board members of Mr. Chauvin? All right, fine. That was good. No questions by anyone. I don't have any questions. You have called both of your witnesses, Mr. Chauvin, so now is that correct?
Yes.
So you have now arrested. So this is now closing. This is what I need folks to do, Mr. McCann. And you go first. The board is going to issue the license because Mr. McCann has agreed. The purpose of this hearing then is to whether or not we should impose conditions on your license. So you need to argue to the board whether or not we should impose conditions, or should we just issue your license without conditions. Or if you want conditions, you can tell us what conditions you'll agree to, but you can argue just tell us what it is you want the board to do. Okay, that's what I want you to do. Is that clear? And Mr. Chauvin, I need you then to tell us, to instruct the board, since we're going to issue this license, what are the conditions that you want the board to impose to attach to the license? Is it clear to everyone? You heard, sir? Okay. You go first, Mr. McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we are asking for is the issuance of a CX multi-purpose retailer's license for the property that we own on 1000 U Street. With the only restrictions or I can't think of the other word right now, that we have said that we had agreed to, that we listed in the PIF, which is basically adhering to the laws that the District of Columbia has established and that ABCA has established for facilities with those type licenses. And that's basically what we're asking for.
All right, that's it. All right. Mr. McCann. I'm sorry, Mr. Chauvin. What is it you're asking us for?
Well, it's my statement made in the PIF.
All right, no, I don't. Hold on, Mr. McCann. I don't know what's in the PIF because the PIF is not necessarily in evidence. So you need to tell me what statement in the PIF that you want us to agree to, because I don't know what's in the PIF.
All right, it's limit parking by asking the Prince Hall to include in their leasing agreements that all lessees are placed on notice regarding parking limitations, and patrons are encouraged to use public transportation, cab ride hailing applications, or walk to attend the event. That's one. Two, promoters and on-site ticket sales prohibition, that event ticket sales shall not be undertaken before an event, preceding an event at the door. And no promoters are permitted to lease the space. 3, weekly notice on events for the leased space. That's leased space events notice on the front door of the Prince Hall. Just a daily pickup of the grounds in the back, which is a shared alley, but nevertheless runs probably 60 or 80 feet on that shared alley. So just a monthly, or excuse me, daily pickup of trash pieces so that distributed trash can be hauled if necessary. 2 more items, both are acoustic. You know, there's acoustic and noise from the fact that right outside the kitchen are RF1 lots, residences that we've spoken of, that measures be further initiated to reduce the transmission of noise into homes right adjacent, contiguous in the lots. And secondly, that during future renovations of the space, that an acoustic engineer for the second floor hall be utilized and guide such a renovation of the space. And lastly, weekday operations reduced in order to reduce the over concentration problem. Weekday operating hours be reduced to 11:30 for alcohol sales Monday through Thursday, and 12 o'clock hall closure Monday through Thursday. And then lastly, Mr. McGann noted he had agreed to removing back the 1 p.m. entertainment time.
AM.
Oh, no. Oh, 1 a.m. Yeah, sorry, thank you. During the week, or actually all days, and that if we could include that as a provision also, that 1 p.m. shall be the end of
AM.
1 a.m. on, sorry, Friday, Saturday. They're closed on Sunday, but deferring to my past provision request that it's 12 o'clock Tuesday through Thursday. Monday through Thursday, they're closed on Sunday.
So, but I'm saying, okay, so you're saying Monday through Thursday, they stop selling alcohol at 11:30, they close at 12 o'clock. So you're saying that Friday through Saturday, they stop sell alcohol at 1 a.m. and that they close at 1 a.m.?
Yes, thank you.
So, because in the placarded notice, they're not gonna sell alcohol past 1 a.m., but they will close at 2 a.m. So you're saying that you want them to both stop, that you need for them to stop selling alcohol at 1 a.m. and also close at 1 a.m.
Well,
I'm just telling you what was advertised. That's why I'm asking for clarification.
Yes. You know, just knowing the thousands, up to I think 9,000 people are allocated in this area to exit the property around 2 and 3 a.m. that we move the closure time to 1:30 and the bar time to 1 on weekends. 1 o'clock bar time and 1:30 closure.
That's it?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I asked the standards. Okay, the record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so? Meaning that, do you just want us to make a decision based on what was presented today, or do you want to basically file a legal brief, wait until we we issue the transcript, you read the transcript and you say, this is what the law, this is what was proven, and this is what we should do. Or you're asking the board to make a determination, or you can both waive this and the board will make its decision based on what's presented today.
Well, I'm sorry, clarification. I understand that if we ask for a period of time, I think it's 30 or 60 days to present legal points of fact for the board's further consideration.
It can't be, it's not new information. This is what would occur, is that you'd get the transcript. You review the transcript, and you would say, these are the facts that were presented at the hearing, and this is the legal conclusion. So you're not making new arguments, you're not coming up with new facts. It's basically, you're being the lawyer, you're wrapping up the case, and that's what it is. So you can't present any new information.
All right, and the alternative was, once we have a determination by the board, we have 30 days to initiate disagreement or other points of law that weren't made once the board issues an order?
Once the board issues, the board will make a decision, will issue a decision within 60 days. If either party disagrees with the board's decision, it can be appealed in the DC Court of Appeals. So, I mean, I said before, usually in protest hearings, most of the parties, and since we don't have lawyers here, most parties waive that because it's basically filing a legal brief.
I will waive that.
All right.
I will waive it as well.
That's fine. All right. So the board will issue a decision within 60 days. Hold on 1 minute, please. As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 PRO 00066, Prince Hall Free and Accepted Order of the Eastern Star Title Holding Companies, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberated upon case number 23 PRO 00066, Prince Hall Free and Accepted Order of the Eastern Star Title Holding Companies, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I'll now take a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I want to thank both parties for their presentation today. As I stated before, the board will issue a decision within 60 days. If both parties, if you have no idea how the board is going to rule, and if you decide that you want to settle this matter and you want to provide the board with a settlement agreement to say this is what we've settled, then the parties are welcome to do that immediately. So therefore, we don't spend the rest of the time making a decision. I'm just saying, if that's what folks, if you have that conversation, you can continue speaking. If you come to us and say this is what we want to do, of course the board will do that. But short of that, the board will issue its decision on this case in 60 days. All right, thank you very much. All right, so let me close the record. So we have concluded for the day, and if you stay online just for a couple more minutes, let me close the record officially for the day. All right. So, oh, sorry. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on October 18th, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for October 18th, as published in the DC Register on October 13. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. The board is now adjourned for the day. I want to thank all members of the board who participated in our hearings today and all members of the public who participated. We're now adjourned for the day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.